All right.
You used all my stories.
And done. The genie disappears. All right. Wait. Questions encouraged. Come hang out! Exclamation mark. There we go. Then I'll post this over on the Odyssey Discord server. Let's see. So we got a nice thunderstorm going. So we might be. I might just not be here after a certain point. That'll be exciting.
That would make for an interesting recap.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like something might be wrong with the weather. I don't know.
No.
I'm trying to dig up my Planeteer ring and call all my friends together and see if we can get Don Cheadle out here and solve this shit. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. All
Without
right.
context, it looks like you have drawn a pink backyard above ground pool.
Oh, that's the world of Thylea. That's the hockey puck of Thylea. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the cosmology of our campaign. No. All right, so we're live. Let's do this. We got Birdie out to chat and a bunch 6 other people. It sounds good. All right, so we're gonna talk about the campaign. I'm gonna put some music. We'll start with the music that we listened to. Then we'll put on the music we started with, so that our good friends who make the Assassin's Creed game can monetize this video later and put lots of commercials on. So anytime we used any Assassin's Creed music, we got DMC'd like so hard. So yeah, that'll be good. Like, for nostalgia's sake, we'll put that music on. All right. So let's see. Whoa, nice. Thanks for the subs. So let's do, because you got that Prime, you might as well use it. I'm just saying, there's more to Amazon Prime than free shipping in the boys. So
look, Odyssey Prime, Twitch Prime, drop them, boys.
Yeah, that makes sense. Branding. All right, so we got the music playing. I guess I'll do a quick sound check on everybody before we get going. Let's see. So Hypatia, just say some stuff.
Hello.
Okay, I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I'll boost you a little bit. There we go. All right. Reset. I see Reset's there.
I arrived. I'm here.
Okay, cool. Okay, that's coming in pretty good. And let's see, Astraeus.
Hey.
Okay, I gotta boost you a little bit. All right. Phil.
Yo.
I'm gonna boost you a little bit too. You guys hear the thunder in the background or no?
No.
Okay. Red.
Instead, buddy.
Hello.
Okay, I already got you at 200. I can't go any higher.
Okay. I'm sorry about my fan.
And then let's see, Cyrus.
Hello and good evening.
All right, sweet. I got to boost you quite a bit. There we go. All right. So, 2 years.
I do hear the thunder, but to be fair, I'm a couple miles from you.
Oh, fair enough. So we've got 2 years of games, 119 sessions, 475-ish hours of gameplay to cover, and we're going to be hanging out for less than 4 hours. Yeah. So, all right. Where do we even start? Some people are going to be on Red's Twitch.
I'm not streaming.
Oh, you're not streaming? Okay. You can if you want, or you could just host me, whatever's easier for you, or whatever you want to do.
I'll just host until I can get in, and then maybe I'll start.
Okay. So if anybody has questions about anything between chapters 1 and 9 for me or for the players, you can go ahead and ask in chat, and I will try to remember that chat is happening so that I can go and read those questions. Yeah, we got a lot to cover. I guess to start things off, I should have maybe prepared some questions.
Fanspiration question?
Fanspiration question to start. We've asked so many questions of characters. Now it's time to ask the questions of players. I guess a good question to start with is what made you guys want to do this campaign? Like, why did you decide of the 1 million Golden Age of Dungeons and Dragons online D&D forever, like of all the things you could have played in, what made you decide to sign up for this particular campaign? Anybody want to field this one?
I
For
mean,
me,
you
it was
kind of
literally
like
the first ancient Greek campaign, that I'd
Yeah,
seen,
that-
and that just seemed cool. It was the setting mostly.
Okay, ancient Greek
You-
setting.
you kind of hyped the hell out of it for me.
I mean, I was real excited for it. I see a lot of campaigns come out. A lot of people try to revive old campaigns. A lot of people try to write new campaigns. This one, I don't know. I don't know if it was the all-star writing team, the BioWare, the promise of BioWare tropes, the setting. I don't know. Everything about it just felt like like a perfect storm of different elements all kind of coming together. So yeah, I definitely hyped the hell out of it. I think the only other campaign I've been this excited about is now that I'm actually getting into Curse of Strahd, I'm feeling that same level of hype and excitement for getting to run and prepare Curse of Strahd as I felt getting ready to do this adventure. Yeah. Not that my other campaigns weren't cool, but there was just something about this particular one. Like, you just looked at the book, which is on the shelf behind me, and it's like almost 500 pages. Yeah, it's like a beefy... It's a pretty beefy-ass book. I mean, it's bigger than the Player's Handbook. I think might be bigger than the Player's Handbook and the DM's Guide combined. I don't know. It's a big-ass book. And just looking at the book, you knew that you were getting into some seriously heavy shit for this campaign. And estimating like how long it was going to take, I knew it was going to take at least a year and a half or 2 years. I had no idea it could go as long as it has, or as long as it's going to. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. There's just so much to it. So, yeah. Anyone else? What was the appeal? Like, why did you, of all the campaigns you could have played in, what kind of got you to join this one?
Just a heads up, take a note of Dr. Chimkin had a good question for us to answer later on.
Oh.
So what I'm doing is I'm watching the chat and I'm just copying all the questions into a Google Doc. So when we have like
like a
lull time,
lull?
I'll
Yeah.
I'll just go ahead and ask the questions.
That's a great idea.
Cool. But,
Assassin's Creed Odyssey was a big driver of my interest in this game.
Nice. Yeah, because the timing, it was kind of like at that time, everything media was trying to do some ancient Greek stuff. You had Assassin's Creed Odyssey. You had that one game that was sort of Phoenix Rising, the one that was supposed to be like a Breath of the Wild clone, but it was like ancient Greek stuff. Yeah, there were several things that were kind of coming out at the same time that kind of had ancient Greek vibes. There was another setting that released right around the same time called Arcadia. That was a Greco-Roman fantasy setting. So yeah, at that particular time, kind of like right around the time that Serpent Sea was kickstarting, there was a bunch of Viking stuff dropping, including the Assassin's Creed Viking thing. I don't know if they all get together and plan this, or if it's just like a global consciousness, or people just keep track of what the Assassin's Creed people are up to, and then they kind of make content related to that. But it definitely feels like that was the current fad, was getting some ancient Greek stuff out there. So, all right.
Yeah, for me, it was a combination of previous players and GMs that I knew were going to be in the game, and just the setting itself. I'm a huge mythology buff, so all the Greek and Roman gods and all the critters I was somewhat familiar with to start with.
What I liked about the Greek setting here is that it was nods to Greek mythology throughout, but never like an attempt to directly copy. It always felt like inspired, but not trying to be, which I felt was a very good approach. Like, a lot of times you run into something and it's like, this is not Apollo, and this is not Hades, and this is not this person. But they took the tropes and the expectations that were there, and they kind of divided it up a bit differently and kind of like shuffled it, and in many places combined it together into something new. And I thought that was a really great way to pay homage to the source material that was the Greek myths, while doing something completely unique and different, and and special. So that was something that I was really happy with. I was a little worried it was just going to be, store brand Coca-Cola Greek setting. Like we wanted to do a Greek setting, but we didn't want to do ancient Greece, so we just kind of did something very similar. And I had some people question me about joining the game, and they wanted to know why we weren't just running it as an ancient Greek campaign. Like, why would we run a sort of Greek campaign? Why not just run an actual Greek campaign? Like, why not just, it takes place back in these times, and this is what's happening. And I kind of feel like there would have been too many meta connections, right? Like too many expectations, too many learned feelings about like, this is what, Greek mythology was like. This is what I am supposed to expect. I think by making something new out of something old, it made it fresh. Whereas if we had just played in an ancient Greek campaign, it wouldn't have felt as much like ours, I guess, is a good way to put it. So
some of the mystery would already be gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, definitely a lot of the mystery, like the whole dragon reveal.
Yeah.
Like.
And there are some DMs who considered taking that out. They felt that wasn't that was kind of dumb. And there were some alternate explanations for that some DMs decided to use. I thought it was pretty cool, so I tried really hard to keep it under wraps as long as I could.
The reason I was like, oh, there's gonna be dragons at some point.
Yeah.
It made me feel dumb.
Really? I don't know.
Yes.
I worked very hard to keep the dragon secret for as long as possible, and
well, thinking back,
for sure.
Oh, it works.
Yeah.
Like, man, there were still a lot of hints, and just the whole level 12 feet thing, I was like, oh man.
So there was one huge slip up on my part. As written, when you get to the necropolis of Telemach, the writers, for whatever reason, all throughout the book, they're like, keep it a secret. Dragons are a secret. Has to be a secret. Everything is a secret. Secret, secret, secret. Everything's a secret. Secret, secret. The most important thing you could do as a DM, never reveal this dragon's secret. Keep it a secret as long as you can. By the way, secret. And then you get to Telemach, and all of the dragon's names are just the names of the 5 gods. Like, just written on the tombstones or whatever. It's like, so-and-so.
What?
Yeah, so-and-so, Dragon Knight of Valis. And it's like, the fuck?
Oh.
So that's one of the first things that the community, when we did the first read-through, like the community DMs, that was the first thing that got fucking changed. Someone, not me, someone actually came up with Arkarania and Raspirathor and all these other names to be the names of the dragons so that the god names could be pseudonyms or whatever, which narratively makes sense because it's kind of implied they all came from the fucking Forgotten Realms. And like, why would all these dragons from the Forgotten Realms have like Greek names? Do you know what I mean? So yeah. So there was a lot of places like that in the adventure where, and this is the danger of a big project. They had a lot of different writing teams, and they didn't kind of check, I think, to make sure that everybody was on board for the same things, right? Like this team was like, oh, this is the lore, let's put the lore in here, but they didn't realize like, hey, these are spoilers. Like the rest of the book is trying to prevent these spoilers, and you're putting the spoilers out there. So yeah, that was one of the things that immediately had to change. But I was so nervous about messing that up that I did say Champion of Valis, and then I had to make up some real fast bullshit excuse using Kyra to explain why the Dragonlords would know Valis and why they would have been champions of Valis, even though they were Dragonlords, and Valis is definitely not a dragon, because that's crazy. And yeah, and you guys were kind of just like still so tired and overwhelmed from like crossing the bridge and dramatically falling for 2 weeks and harpies and talking your way past a lich at like level 4 or some shit. And so I think it just kind of like flew right under the radar. But I think that was my only big slip up. There were quite a few people on the on the Discord server that had comments deleted and were threatened with being banned for spoilers, and it reminded me of the Truman Show, where like people would try to tell Truman that he was on a reality TV show, and then like security would have to fucking jump him and like drag him away before they spoiled to Truman that he was on like a reality TV show. It was like that. Like people would be there and they would be like, "It's just like in Odyssey when it turns out that they're dragons. Am I right, everybody?" And it's like, oh my fucking god. And so yeah, I don't know how I was able to like delete these comments and get rid of these people without anybody seeing it. But it happened a number of times over like 2 years of me like digitally tackling people and like dragging them like out of chat and being like, one more time and you're fucking done. Like it was hard to keep that secret. And I was always worried that people would tune into chat or during not tune into chat, but tune into prep streams on accident, or just kind of listen to, pop into chat and see how things are doing. And kind of see or hear us talking about it, because obviously it was a very exciting thing to prep for and stuff. So yeah, when that reveal went off and you guys were surprised, it was like I was so happy. I was so happy. It was like tricking my children into believing in Santa Claus. It was like that level of like, I did it. Yes, I have made magic in the world. I felt so good. So even if you weren't fooled, then, I really appreciate how good at actors you are to make me think that you were fooled. So just keep going, because I really appreciate that.
Wait, Santa Claus is a dragon?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So
That makes sense.
So on the topic of spoilers, one of you had talked to me outside of the game and said, "Hey, I'd really like to play in your game, but I'm thinking about running the game. But if I run the game, I'm going to be months and months behind, and it's only going to be a monthly game. And I'm going to make sure to pace myself so that I'm further behind the rest of the game, and I'll never catch up. And I know that you don't allow this, and I know that you have a strict policy on running games for people who have played a game before or read a game before. So I understand if you don't want me to do this, but there it is. I'd really like to do this." And I said, I'm going to put you on the wait list then, and only if I need to fill a wait list spot, then I'll bring you in on the... we're talking about Larianos. And then I was like, okay, well, we lost Alexi because, work and COVID and everything else. So, like, I don't know if COVID happened yet, but
No.
time is a blur. But, like, he had to leave for work. We brought Larianos in. Larianos played a Vanished One, which is a character who does know the secret. So even if he did read ahead, he would know the secret, but be bound to the oath like everyone else to not be able to talk about it. So it worked out pretty well. The problem is, eventually COVID did happen. And then it wasn't a monthly game anymore. It was a playing whenever they had time. And it was, oh my God, this is a very big adventure. I can't just run it like week to week, just reading what I need next. I have to kind of read the whole campaign and understand it from like a broader perspective to run it well. So then they kind of read ahead. So then they kind of knew everything. And then there was like one or two times, I believe it was 2 times, that there were slip ups where spoilers were almost dropped about things that were going to happen but hadn't happened yet. And after like the second one, Lars messaged me and said, "I can't do this anymore. I'm not gonna risk spoiling it for everybody else. Like, I don't want everybody else to have it spoiled." So things were getting busy for him at work anyways, and so it just kind of was an all right time to kind of say, all right, well, just gonna bow out, let them have their journey, that kind of thing, and then run their own game. Unfortunately, from what I understand, your own game did not continue, or it's on indefinite hold, or what's going on with your own personal game?
Yeah, it's been on a pause. Just my own struggles with COVID and some brain stuff and everything else. So I'm actually not DMing at all at the moment. But I had a moment where we were in a mission and my brain just crossed and I thought we had one more thing on the mission list to do, and I blurted it out.
You were getting all your islands mixed up at that point.
Yeah. And I was like, oh yeah, aren't we gonna do the blah blah blah? And immediately, as soon as I said it, I was like, oh no, and then played it off as I just completely misunderstood the thing. and it was just so sorry, guys. That's why I left.
Yeah.
That's one.
Yeah. So
One on the
yeah, that's
board.
one of your three apologies. It did work out narratively because I felt like you left at a time that sort of pulled the more experienced mentor type character out of the picture and really kind of pushed the other characters, the newer Dragonlords, the novice characters, to the front. And so, like, narratively, I actually think it was a pretty strong exit point. And then everybody was once they understood what was going on, was very cool about our very semi-scripted Critical Role Yasha has to leave to go film a movie or whatever situation where it's like, okay guys, but seriously, I would prefer you didn't fight the Fates because we need a good reason for Lars to not play anymore, and I need you to not kill the Fates right now. I promise you could come back and kill the Fates later. Please stop trying to kill the fucking Fates. I'm dropping every fucking hint. I'm dropping every fucking hint. Every fucking hint in the world. Do not fight the Fates tonight. I really need you to not fight these fucking Fates. And everyone's like, but what if we did? And I was just like, we're taking a break. Taking a break real quick.
Oh god.
But I would say that is the only. That is
Being that awkward, I thought it went very smooth.
That was the only, in my opinion, that was the only real scripted moment in the whole campaign. You hear about a lot of like actual plays that aren't actual plays. They talk about things ahead of time and narratives ahead of time, and they plan around narratives ahead of time, and they cheat their dice rolls to make sure narratives go a certain direction and things like that. We didn't have any of that. That was the most like railroad kind of like, I really need you guys to do it this way. I think that was kind of the only moment that I can think of in the campaign where I stepped in and was like, hey, it would really mean a lot to me if you maybe didn't fight the Fates tonight. Just yeah.
I thought there was one more in the Nether Seas.
Oh, yeah. So which one? What was the one in the Seas that was the
second one? You asked me. It's when Reset left.
Oh, right. Yeah, because I think we needed a good reason for them to go to Praxis, right? We were looking for a reason to make sure they went to Praxis, and by having Grandma be a playable character, it would kind of give them an opportunity to go to Praxis with like that inside information, make the dungeon a lot more appealing to kind of go in and explore and stuff. Yeah, and
they were also like, it was looking like they really
and they really wanted to kill
Lutheria.
Yeah. Which would have been fine, but like at the same time, every time that you wanted to kill Lutheria, I was prepared for you to fight Lutheria. Like I had stat blocks ready, I had all of her phases ready, I had all her ads ready. Every session before a session where I thought you were going to kill Lutheria, the whole prep session was spent reviewing all the things that Lutheria could do and saying, going over the tactics and the strategies and all that in preparation for you guys fighting Lutheria. The issue with fighting Lutheria would have been if you killed her, someone would have had to take up the mantle of the God of Death, or basically everyone who died in the fight against Lutheria would just be dead. And it was just so heartbreaking to think about losing some of these characters that you guys have been playing for so long, because it was a hard fight. Like, you haven't had to fight her yet. You managed to not fight her the whole campaign, but there were times where it was like looking pretty bad. Plus,
I think we wanted to fight her at least 5 times.
Oh, like, yeah.
But it just never seemed right.
Yeah.
Oh, now that we're at this juncture, though, I definitely want to tell you guys, man, thank you for putting up with my Talus bullshit.
What do you mean your Talus bullshit? What?
Doing the whole possession thing, like trying to keep that all hidden and trying to like.
Oh, that was awesome.
I was trying to not be mean all the time, but trying to show that possession.
So
it felt so bad.
The timing was not great for me.
Right.
It was pre-Volcano.
Yeah.
But I mean,
the
pulling me off of Pythor's tower, I'm not gonna lie, that one hurt. That one hurt bad.
But it was such an Esther Arclander thing to do. Oh my god, such an Esther Arclander thing to do.
I got abused by a cantrip.
It's such an Esther Arclander thing to do. Oh my god. And I think we talked about it already when we did the Great Games recap. But yeah, per the adventure, the writers were super horny for the idea of one of you, particularly the lost one, if there was one available, being possessed by Esther. Like, they wanted that hard. Like, it was written around you guys taking the deal from Esther. In fact, as written, there's no way to get the Ultros to do what you want unless you agree to Esther's demands. There's like no agency there at all. Like, you basically have to, make a deal with him. Some people play it off that they don't make a deal with him, they take control of the ship anyways, and then Esther's just a really annoying ghost on the boat that just, gives bad advice.
Oh, God,
and
that would have been awful.
yeah, he's constantly like demeaning you guys and making you question what you're doing and calling you pussies and, like stuff like that. Like, that's kind of the, you've got toxic ghost bro following you around for the rest of the campaign. So there was a lot of that. I'm not a huge fan of the secret betrayer, right, trope. When you are a kid and you're playing a lot of Dungeons & Dragons, it's fun, right? It's like, you guys didn't know, but he was a vampire the whole time, and he was working for the bad guy. And you think that you're really cool, and you pulled off this amazing trick, and like, everyone remembers it forever, the betrayal. But if you do it all the time, you create a table where no one trusts anybody, and you're just like secret Hitlering every time you play Dungeons & Dragons. And like, that's not good. So I tried pretty hard to move away from that sort of gameplay, and then this adventure, which is written by old school D&D people, is like, what would be great? It'd be a cool idea if one of your people became like this evil Dragonlord. Wouldn't that be a cool idea? That's pretty cool, right? And if he takes over and they're not doing what you want, just take control of their character. They lose all their agency. It's a cool idea, right? I love it. So I was actually going to just not have that at all, but since we had a lost one, I went to Stone, and I said, hey, this is what the adventure wants. And he's going to try to do it, but I'm not going to let him do it unless you are okay with it happening. And these are the things in my experience that will happen if you do this thing. Like, there could be some inter-party fighting. There could be some bad feels. People are going to be mad at you. They might stay mad at you in a meta way based on things that your character did now. If your character doesn't survive the process, they might even be mad at future characters. Like, this is not an easy decision to mess with their trust and, mess with their characters and mess with the narrative. But like, if you can take that burden, if you want to try this out, like, we'll do it. But if you don't, when he tries to possess you, I will just say it doesn't work. And I wanted to make sure that conversation was had up front. And they actually thought about it for several days before coming to the decision that, they wanted to give it a shot. So, yeah. And it was pretty rowdy. So
Felt it worked.
I remember that. I wasn't fooled for a goddamn second as soon as he started. His sword was behind. I remember specifically being Phil. Backward. We got
Yeah. The sword. Yeah.
There's no fucking way that sword's not going to possess him.
Yeah, there was some.
But obviously, I wasn't going to project that in character. I wanted to roll with it.
Well, that's the thing. It wasn't the sword. I was possessed before I even picked up the sword.
Yeah,
I mean, the fucking sword's super evil. Like,
yeah,
whatever.
It was basically he died, and then Esther died at the same time, and so it was a perfect situation for Esther to kind of escape into him, basically. And narratively, apparently, the lost one was easier to possess because he was not of the world, so he was other, which made him an easier target to possess, according to the writers. So it was kind of the only interesting thing about the Outsider, which was a little disappointing. The Outsider definitely felt like the epic path they added for your friend that actually wanted to play a Viking, but everyone else wanted to play Odyssey of the Dragonlords. So your friend played a Viking and he got lost, and now he's hanging out with these Greek people. That was kind of the main reason they had the lost one there, was for the odd man out in your group. I felt that a Warforged from Eberron was a dope-ass plotline. I am sad because there was a lot of side quests. Because Lost One was not very well developed, I added a bunch of cool shit for Talus, involving like a sunken airship full of like corrupted Warforged. There was all kinds of rad shit, and then we just cut all that content because we didn't have Talus anymore. And there was a bit more Themis content based on the fact that he was rescued on Themis and trained as an Amazonian ranger, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So Talus to me was a great character and a great loss narratively. And then Cyrus coming in was the Dragon Slayer, which I felt was a really poor epic path in a campaign where you're supposed to be fucking / worshipping / riding around on dragons. It kind of felt like a bad choice for a epic path in a game where you're supposed to be friends with dragons and you're obsessed with slaying them. That felt kind of rough. And beyond that, it mirrored the demigod, but like poorly. Like the demigod was like, I hate Hexia. I want to punch her in the face. And then the Dragon Slayer's like, I hate Helios, whose island happens to be right next to Hexia's. I want to punch him in the face. And it was kind of like the same plot line. So all that stuff with like absorbing monster souls and being the creation of Lutheria, that was all homebrew to take the Dragon Slayer path and turn it into the Slayer path and kind of take it in a different direction. Narratively and flavor-wise, so it wasn't stepping on the toes of a path that already existed. So there was a lot of instances like that where we had to make adjustments to improve things and keep things, with variety.
And then when there was the good chance Talus was going to die, I was originally talking to Crash, maybe we'll make a Dragonborn.
Oh my god. So without knowing the plot, Stone approaches me and he says, hey, I took the Esther deal, but now I'm worried. I don't know if he's going to make it, honestly. And I said, well, you knew that going in. He might not make it. He said, yeah, so I had this idea for character. Just hear me out. Okay, just hear me out. There's not a lot of Dragonborns in the campaign. What if, just hear me out, what if my character is a green Dragonborn, son of Hexia and Pythor? And I was like, maybe you could come up with a completely different character, because that's not going to work. But I was like, damn, because like the gut instincts there of like, yeah, that's kind of exactly how it would have been if they had a kid together. It would have been like a half green dragon or like a green and bronze.
There's going to be a bard too.
Yeah. Oh man. So yeah. So
Wow.
that was kind of interesting.
Bill's brother? Question?
I mean, there's plenty of them. There's plenty of them.
Five?
Yeah. All right. So before we do
Do
any,
we want to
let's
a
answer
couple
some questions from chat. Yeah, let's answer some questions
Okay,
from chat.
all right. Larimus Lamile asked, I have a question. Was Yala's pregnancy something that was written in the module?
Oh, okay. So in the module, the only thing they really like to do with babies was kill them or try to get you to kill them. There wasn't pregnancy in a tabletop game is a huge player agency issue. So even these old school BioWare writers, I think, were savvy enough, or at least the editors were savvy enough, not to have any specific content like that. That being said, this was ancient Greece. They're all like based on ancient Greek gods. Ancient Greek gods and ancient Greece, they like to get it on. And they also understand the power of blood and children and family and things like that. Originally, Lutheria was hoping to seduce one of the heroes, specifically Philippocles, and get pregnant with his child, so that he, being the strongest willed and most stubborn of the heroes, would not want to kill her and basically create a pregnancy immunity, because that's the kind of crazy that Lutheria is bringing to the table. But what happened is, Phil's danger sense was going off big time, and so he didn't take any of the bait from that. But then there was a very, I feel, organic and sort of natural connection that formed between Yala and Philippocles. They're both demigods. they're both from families that are fucked up. They both have this strength and this sense of honor and this stubbornness. They're very much like two sides of the same coin in so many ways. So when you guys started interacting, it just felt like kind of a natural progression of that. And then as far as Yala wanting to have baby with Philippocles, it just kind of seemed like, like you're the strongest, toughest, yet kindest dude she's ever met, And even though she's big into Amazonian values, if she was to beget a child by someone, why not a fellow demigod of strength and make a really strong-ass fucking baby? So for her, it was a little bit of love and a lot of pragmatic. Yeah.
Yeah, and there was an opposed athletics check. I don't know if that was in private chat or not. But
no, I think everybody saw it. Somehow you always failed your athletics checks against Yala.
I wonder what the plus 20 was.
Yeah,
Yala and her father.
30.
Well, as real gods, each of them had a 30 in their chosen stat. So
wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh wow.
Can I get that now?
That's actually we can't talk about that because that's chapter 10 and beyond stuff. That's chapter 10 and beyond stuff. But yeah, the answer is yes. That's part of achieving full godhood. Is you get to choose one stat and you get a 30 in it.
Ooh,
yeah.
Nice.
All right, we got the other questions.
Next question, Dr. Chimkin asks, "What did your character feel they left undone, if anything?"
Ooh.
I'll go ahead and start. Because I've been thinking about it for a while. But yeah, Phil's is definitely leaving Pythor on the Isle of Oathbreakers. And not Elysium.
That's a good one.
I mean, it's also like, what is the same question as what is your character going to do in the post game?
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah. So you don't have to answer it if you don't want it, of course. But yeah. If your character felt like they left anything undone, Dr. Chemkin would like to know.
No? Anybody else want to field this one?
I'm going to answer in like a different way.
Okay.
Because baby Hypatia always thought that the academy was her place to be. And it's like the academy itself was just like the epitome of her dreams. And now she's grown beyond it, and it's kind of sad. It's a place of where your character ended up that they didn't think they would ended up. So being president of the academy or whatever is something she always meant to do, but now probably will never happen.
Got greater things to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely noticed that theme with the end of the campaign, that so many of you rapidly outgrew what you thought your destinies were going to be, and it was a little heartbreaking. I had a friend growing up that he wanted to be a big shot game designer. He wanted to go to college, learn a program, make a game, be a big shot game designer. That's what he wanted to do with his life. And he applied himself and he worked super duper hard and he did it. And then he got incredibly depressed. Incredibly depressed, because he was still pretty young and he felt like he had done everything he had set out to do. And so he had this existential crisis where he then had to figure out what am I still doing? What do I do now? And I feel like a lot of the characters, the power level just kept ramping and ramping, and the stakes kept getting higher and higher and higher. And by the time you were able to stop and catch your breath, you had passed what you wanted way back there. Way back there. And it was, in most cases, too late to go back for it. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, anybody else want to answer this one? Does your character have anything left undone? Or do you feel like you had things that were left undone?
I think Cyrus still feels like he has unfinished business with Lutheria.
Oh, I think you all have unfinished business.
We all have unfinished business with Lutheria.
But also, his character, he's kind of, I guess, a little lost at this point.
Yeah?
Because he's kind of completed what he was trying to do, helping the 5. And now Nissa's losing her in the battle.
Yeah.
That was kind of one of his anchors, I guess. So without her, he's kind of lost it.
Anyone else want to answer? Do they feel like they had anything left undone?
I answered in chat.
Oh, okay.
I said that Astraeus doesn't really feel like he had anything that he left undone, but he's full of regret because everything he tried to do and did do just never worked out the way he had hoped.
Yeah. That's Greek tragedy right there.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah.
I also want to take a moment and just say that I was very thankful of the way that you allowed me to exit the game, but Astraeus to remain core in a lot of the storytelling that came after, and the resolution was just amazing. So thank you.
Yeah. It was a goal of mine that even if we had a stupid amount of turnover for this campaign, which I'm so happy we did not, but even if we had a stupid amount of turnover, I wanted every person that had contributed to it to matter, right? And still make a difference. And that's why even though we lost Alexei so early on, and it broke my heart to lose Alexei so early on, because he always had this like energy and this like joy to him. Just whenever he would talk as Alexei or talk about the game, he's always so excited and so happy about the adventure and everything. And I didn't want him to have just been this guy that tried to play and couldn't make it, you know? And so like I built this whole narrative around his character in the background and tried to find ways for that character to keep resurfacing and kind of have his own adventure in the background that then interceded with your adventure in a meaningful way. And the night that you were able to come back for the return to the Fates, and Alexei was there, and Astraeus was there, and everybody was like rolling up on the Fates for round 2, it just felt like all of that was worth it, all that extra work, and it all kind of came together like really well. So, yeah. All right. Anyone else? Unfinished business question? You do not have to answer if you do not want to.
Yeah, I have. Well, for reset.
Mhm.
So most of the stuff is going to be addressed in post game, but there was one thing that since the very beginning, I always kind of thought she was going to go towards, which was the whole Champion of Alice thing.
Right.
And like just throughout the entire campaign, I was kind of gunning for that, and then the whole Lutheria thing happened in the middle, which kind of threw like all of those plans, kind of made it very hard to achieve. But
yeah.
And then the weird thing it was, like I always pictured her to kind of at the end be like, again, leader of the Dragonlords with Valis kind of by her side, sort of thing. But I feel like at the very end, something kind of changed, and she's moving beyond that now, which is kind of why she didn't take up the position offered to her.
And look, when you're a monk and your DM dangles an extra subclass in front of you, I mean, no one's gonna blame you for taking that.
I mean, Lutheria has a lot of domains. She had a lot of domains. She had a lot of power to lend. So yeah, she was looking for opportunities. She is your number one fan. Absolutely. She yeah.
Let's just say I felt pretty invincible for a while.
Yeah, literally, right? Yeah, I remember the fight against you and Philippocles, and it was just like, what are we even doing? Like,
who's gonna die first?
It's
killed me like 26 times.
Yeah, it's the Gilgamesh Enkidu fight. You know, they fought for 7 days and 7 nights, and then they were like, you know what? Let's just be best friends and play like GameCube together. This is amazing. Yeah. Cool. All right, Anna, did you have one, or you want to pass on this one?
There are a lot of opportunities I wish I had taken over the course of the campaign. Like moments that I wish I had like spoken up or like pursued in a way. I don't know. I'm so satisfied. I'm also satisfied with like everything I did as Anna. So I think the one thing I kind of wish I had maybe pressed a little harder was when we initially met the Gull tribe on Indigo Island, and I found out that all my people were worshiping the Thylea. I wish I had done more to like stop that in a way, because it wasn't turn out well, and it didn't. So I guess that's definitely one of the regrets, like me not like role playing in ways that would have caused that to succeed. I don't know. It's very difficult to like think about. Okay, how could I possibly change these people's way of thinking? It'd just be like, you know.
Well, the vibe I always get from Anastasia is a person that's afraid of their own power, almost. Like you're a siren, you have high charisma, you have enchantment magics, you have this great power given to you by Solaria. You can have this commanding presence, you can have this incredible impact on people, but like you hold back, you know.
Yeah, that was really great. Everyone, all the other players and characters, not forcing Anna up to the front to be the face.
Yeah,
that was really great the entire time.
We did try for a little bit.
Yeah,
we
and then every time you guys did like do it, I would get charmed.
Yeah.
Remember the first time we went to go meet Helios, the fake Helios. It's like, all right, Anna, go in there and speak your mind. And oh, look, he's pretty dreamy.
I don't know if you guys recall, but when I originally made Astraeus, I had him as the sorcerer subclass, with the idea of thinking that as the vanished one being a face, and then I felt I was going to be stepping on you too much, so. We did the Final Fantasy IV, Cecil goes to Mount Ordeals and respecs.
Yeah.
It was the same thing. A lot of times I was kind of scared to be the face in roleplay because I always think I'd make poor decisions. But at the same time, it ended up like working out because later on, it was the growth of the character from the beginning to the end, where she took a stance on things, and as she, it matched up like as her charisma score grew, the more confident she felt in her own actions and such. So it was good, unintentional, but I felt it was.
And I can't tell you anything about the post-game stuff, but the way you've played Anna so far transitions so well into the post-game content, and I'm very excited for you to see it, experience it, and kind of see where it goes. So, yeah. All right. Do you want to do one more question from chat, and then you guys can maybe ask me a question if you want that you might be curious about?
We've got 3 questions, but yeah,
okay.
I won't pick one. I'll just go off of the first asked. So Lex asked question 1 or chapter 1. How did the DM and the players feel about having a DM NPC, aka Kyra, so closely tied to their adventure? Did it influence their motivations and any decisions early on?
Oh wow, that's a fucking fantastic question. Because I have gone on tirades about Kyra on the DM Discord for this campaign, but I'd love to hear how you guys felt about the, I don't want to say a forced DM NPC, but there was basically a DM NPC written into this campaign. So, like, how did you guys feel about that?
I never felt like she tried to force us to do anything. Like, she would always encourage us to do whatever craziness we wanted.
Right.
So you didn't feel railroaded by it. And aside from a few times, they never really took center stage in, even for being the god of whatever, them trying to downplay that really allowed for them to not feel like they were intruding on our authority. What's the word for it?
Agency.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think for me, I mean, mostly it's just when like the DM NPC concept is like so horribly frowned upon and has such a negative stigma. But I mean, this was like my 3rd campaign I played with Crash, so I was confident that he'd run it well. And I did think it was really funny thinking back of all the times before it was revealed that she was my aunt, and Phil was trying to hook up with her, that she'd just kind of throw up.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think it was handled well. Made me feel real bad when she had to break oaths during the when she became Susan Picklemid during the Cerberus fight. She had to like.
Yeah, I
But
was legit. My heart dropped out when she's like, "I'm gonna cast him like a healing word or something, and like get us all up because we were about to lose the whole fight." And then she had to run away, and it's like, "Oh my god, holy shit!" No, I never felt like she was intrusive in that way.
Cool.
Yeah.
I honestly liked it as well because it's nice to, sometimes you don't know what to do.
Yeah.
That's true.
And
Yeah.
and it's nice to
Definitely.
be able to ask, look, what the fuck are we supposed to do here?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not too proud. I can admit.
Yeah.
What about all
Having
those legendary
NPCs to
beasts?
rely
I thought we were
on.
supposed to be killing these legendary beasts, so we killed one. Oh, it's super sad. We killed the mom and the thing. Oh, let's go kill the ram. Oh, the ram messed us up. Let's not kill any more legendary beasts. It never came up ever again.
Yeah, I think I didn't really think of Kyra as like a DM NPC or anything. She just kind of felt like another NPC in that,
Yeah.
like in your games, like the NPCs are just they all have such big roles, right? It didn't feel like Kyra was overshadowing.
Yeah, and especially
other-
like the B team system. Like it felt like all of our NPCs were just as important as the other ones. You know.
Because they could be
Yeah.
present without
Yeah,
standing
exactly.
standing in your spotlight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't just Kyra. It was Kyra plus Kremis and
Yeah.
Heroes and Bullbug.
Well, and the specific personality that your Kyra has, I think, did so much for the game and establishing the early feel of the world. Not like because not just us, but like everyone reacted to her and who she was and the way she acted, and it was fantastic. I couldn't imagine the game without her as a character. Like it doesn't compute.
So I purchased a keychain that has Kyra on it. And it's so meta to me because the art style of the Kyra is based on the commissioned art I had made by Vivily for Kyra because I didn't like the art from the book. And then the art that I had commissioned kind of became for many people like the art for Kyra. And then the keychain is really adorable, like chibi, and you flip it over, and she's got like the fake nose and glasses and mustache, and then popping out of her, tiniest backpack is Susan Pickleman, and it's so wild. It's so wild to me to purchase a product that is inspired by the things that we have done. So.
That's great.
Yeah.
I gotta think one of my favorite scenes is when we confronted Susan Pickleman. But Kyra, we know it's you.
What's fun for me and interesting for me is that Mythic Kyra is a very different but still the same person, but it has that vibe, right, of like, Marvel Multiverse of Madness kind of thing, right? It is Kyra. It is the Kyra that you know. But if your characters met that Kyra, if you guys met Mythic Kyra, it would not feel like the same Kyra. Like you would know it's Kyra, but it would not be the same Kyra. Because she is, like all NPCs, she is shaped by the players. And so that Kyra is a very different Kyra while somehow still having the same core as like your guys' Kyra. And I just think that's super fascinating. But has everybody else answered the Kyra question? Because I'll weigh in real quick. I grew up in the olden days of Dungeons & Dragons where a DM NPC was paramount to the greatest sin a dungeon master could ever commit, because most people that were DMs were lifetime DMs. You never got to be players. And so the guilty pleasure was to make the character you always wanted and slip them into the campaign. And then you got to play the campaign even though you were the DM. And that's where the whole thing with like the DM NPC comes from. The DM NPC is not the narrative tool that helps manage the story and motivate the heroes and support them and push them forward that Kyra is. The DM NPC that people are scared of is the self-insertion character, the I want to play too, my character, this NPC would like this cool item if you guys are going to use it. My character knows how to solve this riddle your characters don't. My character seduces this really cool NPC that your characters don't seduce, and you know, constantly stepping over and on the actual players. That's the DM NPC that people are scared of and worried about.
DM NPC main character.
Right, exactly. When I ran this campaign in 4th edition called Madness of Garmor Abbey, which is one of the best things that ever came out of 4th edition, there was it was very much like Curse of Strahd. You had the deck of many things, and you did like a tarot reading for yourself, and that changed who the main bad guy was, who the DM NPC was, and then a couple of other factors in the game. And my group, if they did not have a DM NPC, we would never have had a campaign. Like the DM NPC, they were all relatively new to D&D, and they were all really shy and really nervous about role-playing and stuff. And their DM NPC ended up being this old-ass dude. I used the strong arm art from like Full Metal Alchemist. And, you know, so this is bald, old man. He's got these muscles. He's a paladin. And he was very much like carrying the party, leading the party, but never, ever doing the things, right? Always like there to advise, there to motivate, but never actually there to do anything that would outshine the player characters. When he finally died, doing some really badass shit to help the party and saving people and all that kind of stuff and fulfilling his particular quest, people were crying. Like, people were really upset because he was like their father, right? He was like their leader, their mentor. But he was never like the main character. You know what I'm saying? He was the Qui-Gon Jinn, you know, kind of thing. Like he was there preparing them to be heroes, and then he kind of passed. When I read the adventure and I saw this Kyra chick and I saw her bratty face in the official art and her little pug nose and everything, and I'm like reading about her, and I was like, this character is a fucking disaster. I was like, what the fuck is this? So I got to run this DM NPC like the whole time? This is some bullshit. Oh my God. People aren't going to be okay with this. She plays pranks on them all the time. Nobody likes having pranks pulled on them all the time. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this character?
The tense.
And so, but then I read the whole book, which was kind of the secret there, reading the whole book. And I learned like about her fucking terrible past, right? Of being like Esther's dragon and helping him genocide like the Geigans and wipe out the Jankans, and just the tremendous guilt that she felt. And
all right, I feel like an idiot.
What do you mean?
Saying that I just realized that was Esther's dragon. That's why
that's
in the fight, the whole time he was like, I used to fucking ride you, and we were like, don't you dare talk to her like that. But he literally meant that he used to ride her.
Yes, yeah. So I was like, oh my God, this is a really fucking tragic character. And like it occurred to me, and it doesn't say this in the adventure, I feel like I want to give credit to the writers because they are old school writers. Like, they wrote a very good adventure, but all the heaviest shit, all like the connections and like the really heavy stuff, we as a community had to make those connections ourselves. They never just said, Kyra's an incredibly tragic character because she took part in these things and now she's trying to do this thing to make up for it. And it's spread out across 500 pages. And so like you kind of have to piece together like the relationships and the feeling and the emotion. I'm noticing the same thing with Curse of Strahd, without any spoilers. There are entire flowcharts to map out the NPC relationships within Curse of Strahd and the timetables and the histories and all that kind of stuff. Same shit for this 500-page adventure. So as I started to learn about her, my heart was broken. You know, her mother's dead. She's like she's the Danny DeVito from Twins of her entire family. She's the smallest, the weakest. No one takes her seriously. And even when she was a badass, she was basically like the Harlequin to the Joker. You know, she was just a disaster. And she sees this opportunity to make new Dragonlords and make right all of her mistakes. And it's just like, that was it. Like, that was what I kept going back to. That was the core of her character. She cared about the PCs so much because they were her salvation. Like, they represented to her a chance to make right all of her wrongs. And so it was like very, very emotional for me because I've lived a long time and I've made a lot of mistakes. I'm a big fan of redemption arcs, both for villains and just for people who fuck up and make mistakes and try to do better. And so for her, once I kind of had that, I kind of went back to, Sir Strongarm from, Garmore Abbey, as far as the mentor role, not stepping on toes, guiding from the back, that kind of thing. And then I layered in this sort of tragic kind of jester character, this Pinkie Pie Deadpool who was just trying so hard in their own way to make the world better so that they could kind of make up for all the horrible things they'd done. And once I had that, I was like, I love this character. And so whenever I would see another DM like trash talking Kyra or talking about how their group hates Kyra and how she's a shitty DM NPC and she brings down the story and she gets in the way and she makes the players feel railroad, I would like crack my knuckles, internet warrior time, and I would get in there and be like, blah, 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 Kyra, blah, 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 Kyra. Yeah, so yeah. Anyways, sorry for the long ass answer there, but that was my roller coaster ride with Kyra. Was at first blush I hated her, and then it was like, oh wow, yeah.
And it's like all the other gods are too busy to do anything or they're
busy or just a mess.
Well, that in and of itself was a beautiful trope. I loved that about this adventure. I loved how completely flawed every single god was. I loved it. Every single god was an absolute fucking train wreck. I thought that was so good. I hate perfect gods. I hate that shit so much. You play a lot of Forgotten Realms, you run into that bullshit all the time where you were journeying with a god the whole time. And it's like, go fuck yourself. And then Dragonlance is even worse. Fucking Fizzban, motherfucker in every adventuring party. It gets old. These guys had very little power, right? The majority of all prayers in the campaign setting were answered by either Thylea or Balmitria, aka Mitros. Those are the only two real gods in the whole campaign setting. Those are the only gods that were actually able to answer prayers. Everyone else was on the network for that particular divine cellular plan. And they were basically towers that could transmit the signal from their source, essentially. But they were all deriving power from the source. And in the Titans case, it was through Thylea. And then for the five gods, it was through Balmitria, who gave up her physical body and presence to actually ascend and become a true divine being or whatever. And so, they were just very powerful, immortal beings who had so many fucking problems. And I loved it. I thought it was such a good narrative. And watching everyone meet the gods and see how broken they were and how disappointing they were and have to kind of just digest that. It was really interesting to watch those interactions. So, like when Phil first met Pythor, wow. I mean, I don't think it could have gone any better than I had planned. Yeah, than I had planned it. Just this, we don't use web cameras, but I just pictured Remy's face just dropping, just all the color, just draining out of his face, Like, what the fuck? Like, this is my dad. This is the god of strength and valor. And then
I loved it though.
Yeah.
I was shocked, like completely shocked.
It's fantastic because you did the thing where here's how he used to look. Like when you enter the palace, show us this badass art of like Ares from like League of Legends. Or something. I don't know who it was. The next figure you show is Fat Thor. Like, oh, what's.
But it was every god you met. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like everybody they're like, well, Valis is going to be different.
Yeah. No.
Well, Vulcan will be different. Nope. Everybody.
I found myself the most frustrated with Vulcan. Like, come on, man, you're supposed to be the one with your shit together.
Well, and that was like a really great for me. That was a really great exploration of grief. This is a man who societal expectation is like, the wife died, you need to keep the family together. You need to hold everyone up. You need to be the rock that they all cling to. And he just couldn't do it. He was just destroyed by the death of his wife. And he just left his children to drown. There was no rock to cling to. And that just made it worse because he would look at what was happening to his children, how lost Kyra was, and how desperate Valis was, and how drunk and fucked up like Pythor was, and he would blame himself. But then anybody that's been depressed, you're in that spiral, and he just could not get out of it. And it just perpetuated and perpetuated and perpetuated, which is what made your guys' heroics, like the real heroics was just meeting these people and rousing them from the ruts that they had dug for themselves and the prisons that they had put themselves in. Those were bigger heroics and bigger trials than the actual like Zelda dungeons that you had to go to and stuff like that. Like that, those were the real, in my opinion, those are like the real trials, was reinvigorating them and be inspiring them to kind of be who they're supposed to be. So yeah. So takeaway: DM NPCs can be bad. I think DM NPC is a fantastic tool. I think Kyra's an amazing DM NPC. All right. Do you guys want to ask a question, or should we answer another question from chat? Anybody have a question a burning question that they want answered? Otherwise, we'll answer a question from chat.
I have a question.
Okay.
What were all of the options on the Wheel of Many Things? How far were you willing to let it go?
You mean like how many times was I going to let you roll on it, or
no, like
how bad
because the
could-
deck of many things can break a game.
Oh yeah.
Like, was the Wheel of Many Things as bad as
was the wheel
deck?
just a deck of many things? Oh, I feel like an idiot.
Yes, the wheel of fortune was the deck of many things for this campaign setting. It was not a reskin of the deck of many things. It was actually provided in the adventure by the writers.
Oh.
But
really?
yes, but here's the shit. Because the writers wanted to give you the rope to hang yourself, it was never actually written in the adventure where you would encounter the Wheel of Fortune. They just said, "Oh, you're in the back of the book. You're on page 452, huh? Well, look at this weird magic item we happen to include. It's called the Wheel of Fortune. That's weird, right? Oh, well, I guess we'll just leave it here in the Appendix G. Maybe you'll use it. I don't know." But it's never actually dropped in the adventure. There's never actually a place to run into the Wheel of Fortune. And so, obviously, who better to have the Wheel of Fortune than game show loving meta sorceress, Lotus, the Lotus
I thought
Witch.
it was purpose. I thought it was perfect.
But some of the results that you could have gotten is the Bear, which you got, which is intelligence and constitution buffed by 4. The Gigan, which you got. The Gigan hunts you down, kill you. Mythic also got the Gigan. Their haunted one got the Gigan. And I think 2 of them died because the gifted one jumped in and tried to stop the Gigan, so he got killed also. So they had a 2-for-1 on that one. The prisoner, which is basically Don John, you would get banished to basically one of those prison cubes. Except the interior of the prison cube is just an endless maze. The tree would give you the ability to turn into a treant.
My god.
Yeah, and back again. There was the trickster. You become essentially a wild magic sorcerer. So whenever you cast spells, you would have to roll for wild magic surge.
Oh my god.
There was the bard, which wasn't actually that great. You just got everything you said. People had to think it was funny, and you would be able to cast hideous laughter like a certain number of times and all that jazz. The warrior. Every battle, there is a cumulative 10% chance that you essentially taunt all enemies. And it would just get worse and worse and worse over time until every fight you were just taunting enemies. And the effect would last until you were killed. The Centaur, a Centaur hero becomes your Gary Oak. And so they just pretty much use transport via plants to follow you around and heckle you and compete with you and be your rival in all things and try to sully your name and outshine you as a hero. And it lasts until you kill them. The queen, you get a +4 to charisma and wisdom. The twins, there's a cumulative 10% chance in every battle that the weakest monster in the battle turns into a cyclops, and that cyclops wants to kill you.
What the fuck?
Yeah. The ants, you become super small. The other group also got that result. The dragon, you get a fucking dragon. So a wormling dragon shows up, and it is your friend, and it loves you. And that particular dragon had a Shazam power that it can turn into an adult dragon for 24 hours at a time. But then it would have to wait 24 hours before it could turn into a big dragon again.
Oh.
Yeah. There was this the nymph. You were always naked. You could wear clothes, and you could wear and gain the benefits of clothes, but they would always disappear. So you would always be naked forever. Which, I mean, if Reset got that, we would have gotten character art. So I was kind of hoping for that one. The spear, your strength and dex scores increased by 4. The chariot, you could just use a bonus action to dash. It's pretty nice. The blacksmith, you get a +2 to your armor class. Pretty sick. The Titan, you have the ability to turn into a storm giant.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a limited run ability for sure. Currently, someone in Mythic has that. It has not used it. It is afraid to use it because they don't exactly know what it does. The Dreamer. The Dreamer, every time you go to sleep, there's a 10% cumulative chance that you have nightmares, and those nightmares become real and try to kill everyone in their sleep. And then there's a result called Empty, where the Wheel of Fortune vanishes. You can't play anymore. And then there's one called the Swine, where you have to spin twice. And then I guess if you keep getting the Swine, you just keep spinning. So yeah. It's always a risk, but I was willing to kind of go with it and see what happened. So
yeah, the only one that seems really game breaking is the prison one, and that's more just a side quest.
Unless you're playing a Minotaur, which that'd be hilarious.
Yeah,
you instantly get me, guys.
You instantly download the layout, and then you're just bored. Yeah,
you keep doing it over again. Just
all right. Let's do a question for chat. And then we'll do another question from players.
Aiden X asks, question, are there side quests or plot threads you abandoned that just aren't worth going back to do?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Prison Island.
Side quests that you mean Exile Island. Yeah, Exile Island. Exile Island as written. Exile Island had a murder mystery, and I shit you not, this is what the writing was for the murder mystery. Here's the people that are involved in the mystery. It doesn't matter who's guilty. Just pick somebody. Let the players pretend, try to solve the mystery. When you feel like they've done a good job, tell them they did. And I was like, "Are you fucking serious?" But then there, of course, on the DM Discord, there's discussions about like, what did you do with Exile Island? Did you go get a murder mystery? It's like, yeah, I bought a murder mystery off of DM's Guild, and it's like the end result is always my players used magic and they solved the mystery in like 5 minutes, and it's like. Oh, now I understand why the writers didn't bother to write a mystery, because they figured that you would solve the mystery in 5 minutes using magic. So what I did is I had 2 different directions I want to go with it. A popular one that people did is they had the island under the control of a false Hydra, which is pretty dope. And if you don't know what a false Hydra is, it's a creature that feeds on your memories and basically traps you in an eternal Groundhog's Day, where you don't exactly know who you are, and you don't exactly know what you're doing, but you just kind of live your life, and then you go to sleep and you wake up and you do it all over again. And you start to notice that things are wrong, and you start to notice clues that things aren't right. And if you're lucky, you start making saves and start realizing that you and everyone else in the town and on the island or whatever are in a bad situation. and then eventually you discover that there's this creature that is feeding on everyone and keeping everyone essentially in a zoo of like psychic prison kind of deal, and it's pretty dope. It's pretty dope. So that was one option, and the other was just Purge Island, where Lutheria wanted to help Valis punish the people on Exile Island, and she felt like Exile Island was too soft. So she gave the people on Exile Island one day a year that they would never be able to die. And once the people on Exile Island figured that out, that day became like Purge Day, where they would get all of their frustrations out and they would kill each other. And so, of course, serendipitously, the time that you guys visited would, of course, be when Purge Night was going to be. But you guys doped out of that shit real quick. you were like,
PTOs.
It could have been great not to tell them and actually TPK them.
Yeah. I don't think they would have got TP. I think it just would have been a long, grueling battle, like in a building on a rooftop, kind of like just fighting the entire town of unkillable people as they kept trying to come after you, kind of thing. And of course, Lutheria would have popped in and probably offered like game show prizes if people could kill you guys, and you guys would technically be on the island, so you couldn't die either. So it would have just been like a horrible blood sport session sort of thing. That was the one.
Game of Running Man.
Yeah.
Kind of sad we missed out.
Yeah. And then people would have been like, chosen ones come out to play, as they hunted you guys across the city, sort of thing. But you guys were like, you know what? I'm getting a fucky feeling about this place. Back on the boat. And so that was the end of that narrative. All the lore, not the Lorius. All of the Talus stuff did not get explored. There were some areas in Praxis that did not get explored. There were several dragon eggs that you guys missed throughout
we
the
didn't want
adventure.
to know that.
Oh.
We didn't want to know that.
Sorry. Let's see. What else was there?
Holy shit.
There was a much more developed, like a fan-written side quest for who was it? For Demetria. There was a much bigger narrative for Demetria that I could have run, but I didn't. I felt like the 3 Zelda dungeons for the intro were all very good, and I didn't really feel like there was too much that needed to be changed for any of them. There was an island that could have been added to the Forgotten Seas with like a male Medusa who got cursed by Helios to basically have the Midas touch. And so it was a whole like gold kind of adventure sort of thing. Tempting to add that into the post game, but it was interesting. But like I felt like we kind of had a good momentum going, and I didn't want to throw what was essentially like a non-connected island that really didn't tie too much into any other narrative in there. There's a number of products on DM's Guild, some of which people picked up for me off my wish list, that are just islands, just more and more and more islands. If you wanted to have a really long Odyssey, I think there were 2 or 3 volumes of islands that people designed that could have been added to the map. So all these different like islands you see on the map, people went and sort of added locations under the guise of them being for Theros setting, but they were actually written for this campaign. So there was a lot of content that I was tempted to add, but I felt like we were playing a lot of sessions, and it was more important that we tell the story that we set out to tell, and then in the post game we could explore other things. But I watched so many other campaigns burn out and fall apart and discontinue that it got to the point where I really didn't want to add too much extra stuff. Like I really did want you guys to be able to get to the end. Then if something came up in your life and you couldn't do the post-game content or whatever, you at least felt like all that time that you had invested, you made it to the end and you got to see the story told. So that's a big reason why we didn't have too much extra side quest stuff. So all right. So what do you guys got a question about the campaign?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay.
Was there anything that we, like the players, did that was just so random or out of the blue that kind of threw you for a loop?
Okay, so as you know, I have another game that I was running at the same time called Skull and Shackles, and there is honestly not too much that you guys could have done that would have topped any of the bananas ass bullshit that the Skull and Shackles group was doing. So there wasn't too many times that I was like, holy shit, about like any of the stuff that you did. The pushing of the queen into the volcano was a formative experience for me as a dungeon master, to the point that when the Mythic group was there and they were like, I'm going to throw the queen into the volcano, I was like, you do it. I didn't have the roll or anything. I was like, yep, bitch goes in the volcano. And they were like, wow, I don't even have to roll. I'm like, nope, don't touch those dice. Nope, she's in the volcano. She is in that fucking she is in that fucking volcano.
Oh man, I can't wait for them to like sort of think about this, to have their rap party, and you tell them that.
Yeah.
Like, why there was no rule?
Is there anything that super duper surprised me? I was surprised when Lutheria showed up for Wave 4, which was scripted. It was if she had not been killed previously, or if she had not been recruited as an ally, she would show up in Wave 4. And I believe even if she had sworn an oath not to fuck around, she still would have shown up in 4 and tried to weasel out of the oath anyways. But I honestly thought, damaged or not damaged, I thought that you guys would either lose your temper and fight her, even though it would cost you so much, possibly everything. I thought that you'd try to 20 squares her, and then I thought you'd just be like, listen, we got to fight your fucking dad. Like, fine. Like, what kind of deal can you make? What kind of buffs can you give us? What kind of allies can you give us? Can you do anything for us? I was very surprised by that you guys just sort of stalwartly were like, yeah, you seem confused. It's not time to party. This isn't good partying. You're fucking things up. You need to leave. Like your ex shows up at a party drunk and you have to call them an Uber. Like, that's kind of how it felt. Like, you guys were like, yeah, listen, hey, you just need to go. This is bad. Just get out of here. And I was like, wow, like everything is on the line here with this fight against Kentamane. And like, they're just like, no, we don't have time for your bullshit. And so that did surprise me quite a bit.
I was 100% ready to throw down because that's what I had like angled for in the fight against Sidon. Like, I'm going to try. I know there's something after this. Like, it's definitely not just Sidon and that's it. There's no way.
Reset staying on the island of time to become a master of 20 squares. That took me by surprise. For sure. That one took me by surprise.
It still loses.
Yeah, I mean that's when you live in a world with D20s. A world with D20s is a cruel world.
Oh yeah, it was so funny. The whole campaign, like Reset was like really into squares, and I was like, oh, Anna's just gonna watch, and Anna just based on like because the checks that are rolled for the game, would just be really good at the game.
Well, that was Kyra's thing too. Like, Kyra would deliberately like change her stats whenever, when she played against Reset, because she did not want to play. She hated the game, and so she figured if Reset beat her, then Reset would never ask her to play again. So she was like hacking her stats, setting her all her stats at 1 or whatever to play, or negatives, because I think Foundry lets you have negative stats.
In the back of my head, I was always thinking if for whatever reason, like Reset can't participate, then Anna would probably step up and try it, because so I was like, oh, Anna hangs out with Reset while she plays, she watches her play, just hanging out, picks up the game, just like beginner's luck. Maybe in a situation that could be a cool thing. Where like,
I was surprised also by Pitios. Pitios was not a planned character. He was like literally, I just randomly spawned a dude to meet you at the docks. And then the next thing I know, the most interesting halfling in the world is like a major B team member. So that was unexpected. Your your sort of gravitation. He was our Boblin the Goblin, I guess. And then I was surprised that everybody was like, yeah, Chandras is cool. Because Chandras is 100% as written a spy for Lutheria. And like you guys were like, no, you know what? He's cool. He's cool. Yeah.
No, I'm
guess
interjecting
into
here.
not being racist.
I did not trust him at all, and it had nothing to do with any foreknowledge. You made him sus, and I don't know how nobody picked up on that.
No, I did. I never trusted him either, but it just reached a point where I just decided that I will.
And he
I think-
acts
I mean,
exactly
for-
the, yeah.
I vouched for him first, but like that's kind of like just Phil's character, you know. He's
Yeah.
just trusting who's gonna go out of their way to, you know, harm me type thing.
Yeah, so there wasn't like huge surprises. There were little surprises, but there was no like whale on a house, drop a whale on a house situations. So yeah, overall, you guys were, I don't want to say predictable because you weren't predictable, but you didn't stress me out the way that some of my other groups do. Like you were always very kind of accommodating to like, this is the campaign, this is the narrative. We all agreed that we were all going on this journey, and we all agreed that we were pro Five Gods, pro civilization, anti-Titans. There wasn't too much of that. I didn't get a lot of messages that was like, well, now that the campaign started, I want to actually be Lutheria's champion, and I want to stab everybody in the back, and I want to kill Lorius and eat his heart and dedicate it to Sidon. There was none of that. Like, I've had plenty of campaigns where I am constantly getting like petitioned by players like, I want to fuck over everybody. And it's like, we didn't have any of that, so there weren't any of these weird surprises or anything like that, and it was wonderful. So yeah. All right. Does anybody do we have a question for chat we can answer?
Yeah, I've been waiting to answer this
Okay.
one. Cox Payne 23 asks, did you, the players, find any of the villains in the campaign redeemable other than Acastus? First off, Acastus is not redeemable. That was not my opinion. That was not my call. It kind of just happened, and I went with it.
I mean, I agree
Arguably,
too.
the answer to the rest of them is all of them.
Yeah,
We've tried to redeem everyone.
I know, Crash. I noticed that Acastus' Gaius aren't like usable in like the war documents. Why is that? Why can't we send them to go die to the Kraken real quick? Anyway.
Yeah. So well, that's almost like a reverse question, because I felt like the only person you guys felt was not redeemable was Acastus. Because
Poor guys.
and the Fates, yeah, and Sidon. You didn't think that any of them were. You guys even discussed several. You guys even discussed several times. Yeah,
This
Lutheria.
is one thing I wanted to talk about with the question is, yeah, Lutheria, I wanted to be able to just forgive her. Like, she's so fucked up
Yeah,
and
same.
did
so
too.
emotionally scarring. It's like when a kid does something irredeemably bad and you just have no choice but to hate it. But
Mhm.
it was
Yeah,
just
yeah.
Lutheria really.
Look, when certain animals are mistreated so badly, they take on such terrible attributes, and it's not their fault. But sometimes you still have to put them down.
Yeah, that's kind of how. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good analogy
I
for
was-
Lutherium.
Trying to do everything we could to see if she could be redeemed.
Yeah, it was absolutely Anna's character, but at the same time, she was the antithesis of Anna's character for the whole campaign. So
Well, what I thought was interesting is you got Anna and you got Lutheria, and they're both high charisma, and they both are persuasive, and they're both beautiful, and they have all these things going for them, and they're both very tragic, and they both have had terrible things happen to them, but kind of like Batman, Superman, right? Like, Batman's like, my parents died, but I'm still incredibly rich, and I feel bad about it. I refuse to get therapy. Way. And then there's Superman, whose entire species was fucking wiped out, and his entire planet was destroyed. And this dude manages to get a fucking job, and like, you know,
yeah,
like,
exactly.
yeah, and like, you know, he's living his life. He's doing his thing. He's had a way worse run than Batman has. And it's all about attitude. You know what I'm saying? It's all about attitude, and to a certain extent, like, you know, brain chemistry and things like that. Yeah, like they were both characters that could have been really fucked up and really evil and really selfish and really terrible, but you chose over and over again to be in the service of others. And she chose over and over again to be in the service of herself.
Yeah.
I will say,
And it's
one of
also,
my-
yeah, I could totally seen Anna taking up the mantle of the goddess of death, because that would definitely be, if there was like no other solution to like her problem and like saving her family, then definitely that kind of servitude where Astraeus ended up would definitely probably be appealing to her on some level. So, and it was funny because I think a lot of people thought that was going to happen too.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the thing, like, oh, things maybe that could have happened. I don't know.
Yeah.
One of my biggest fears was if I had continued to play past the point when I had left, I could be way off base, but Crash, I was like, there's part of me that's like, he's gonna try and put Astraeus in an awkward position where there's like, where I don't know, like, I won't use the word romance because that's totally not what it would be, but I felt that like the storyline was pushing Lutheria and Astraeus together, and I don't know if you did that on purpose or if I was just seeing something that wasn't there, but I like, it horrified me because I was like, she crazy.
Well, no, and honestly, when I say that Lutheria loves you guys and Lutheria is fascinated by you guys and Lutheria was rooting for you guys, that's all true. Like, she was waiting for you guys. You know what I mean? Like, you were the solution to a lot of her problems. She wanted you to succeed. She was no longer with Sidon. She did not support what Sidon was doing. He is the one who lost them all their domains and essentially spawned the 5 gods and cost them the war. And then he couldn't get over it, you know? Like, he was like a washed out former high school football champ, you know? Like, all he could talk about were the glory days and how he was going to make a comeback. And she's like, you gotta move on. You gotta leave that behind. And that became his entire world, his entire identity. And she had other plans. And you guys represented a way to kind of get him out of there, you know? And maybe she just couldn't bring herself to kill him herself because they were twins, you know? And they had that connection. But yeah, like, it's no lie that she really, for reals, was absolutely rooting for you guys and loved you guys and wanted you guys to succeed. She's just fucking terrible, evil person. Like,
I felt as a player, from a player point of view, I could understand where Lutheria's madness came from.
Yeah.
But I don't think Cyrus could ever, the character could never get past that.
Yeah,
He
no,
absolutely hated her.
Yeah. And the other group, Mythic, they have frequent discussions about finding a way to cure her madness and help her and save her and this and the other thing. And they, it's the same kind of pitfalls that you guys encountered. So yeah. All right. But I did like the refusal to give up on Cyver the Brass, who was very, very evil. At the end of the campaign, I will say in full confidence that he was no longer evil. Ventus, who I will say at the end of the campaign is still very much neutral evil. And Chandris, who I would probably say at the end of the campaign is maybe true neutral, maybe lawful neutral with evil tendencies if we're using the 9 alignment system. But definitely come a long way from neutral evil, conniver, spy, doing what's best for him, looking for an opportunity to get back into Lutheria's good graces. So yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed you guys not giving up on these evil NPCs and looking for opportunities. And also, I appreciated when you guys saw that there were some things that just could not be done. Like, they were not worth the time, the resources, the stress, the sadness, the sorrow, the loss of trying to make this work. Like, there are just sometimes things can't be fixed, and that's also like a hard lesson. So, yeah. All right.
But sometimes they can, like Karina.
Yeah. I mean, Karina wasn't a bad guy though. Karina is always a good guy. Karina just always wanted to just help you guys and be a dragon lord and be a hero. So.
But getting her back was a whole ordeal.
Oh, for
Yes.
sure.
Remember, I Lars roll everything, so.
So if you want a mythic spoiler for Karina, I could give you one. Otherwise, if you plan to someday kind of follow their adventures, I'll stop
Can't
giving.
drop a hint like that and not tell us. Come on.
I can
Nah.
just okay.
I hear about it every night after.
Oh wow!
Sorry.
Must be nice to be able to talk to your spouse about your campaign. So their Karina is very much everybody's kid. Like everyone's like adopted kid, which is huge because their haunted one was a father, and so he lost his children in addition to his family and everything. And so there's a lot of like widow dad feels for this character. And so Karina is like everybody's kid. Everybody wants to teach her things and give her items and buff her up. In the battle against Esther, she died. She was actually the only one that dropped when Esther dropped. And so he entered her body. And then there were clues and everything, and they started to figure it out and whatnot. And then, they were able to save her. But they loved Karina so much that I had custom art made of Karina post Esther battle, where she has like really bad burns, like down one side of her face and her body. And she's got like kind of this like Amazon armor that they had made for her, and like the items that they gave her and stuff like that. She is a much bigger, I think, NPC for their campaign than she was for yours. But they are, there was still that love and that investment of like when they found out that Esther had her, they did everything they could to prepare like a Ghostbusters session to get Esther out of her in the least painful way they possibly could. Like it was so much care and so much caution was taken for her. So, and I think she's just a great character. And it's another character that unless you read the entire book as a DM, you don't realize how important a character she is until much later on, when for some DMs it's too late because they kind of like threw the character away or got the character killed or just, didn't play the character very well. So the party was like, cool kid, we'll drop you off. That's it. But she's one of the last living descendants of the original Dragonlords. So it's kind of a big deal. Like if you care about like heroic bloodlines and things like that. So in and of itself, she kind of had her own, sort of like Alexei had his own story. Like she had her own story. I guess like a YA series or something about Karina, and she's like learning from these great heroes and leveling up and getting strong and joining them on these adventures and dying and going to the Nether Seas and what she saw there and what she did there, and then being brought back in this contest of wills between the gods and like just so if
all the PCs dies, guess who can still make the Dragonlords happen?
Yeah, so it's very, very, very interesting to me. And so she does also hold a certain amount of magical value. So certain individuals would have been willing to bargain with her life because she carries that bloodline. So like she was one of the possible things that the hags were going to try to negotiate for. One of the things that Lutheria was interested in having, which is why she gave you guys a hard time about bringing her back to life. Because Karina's got that Dragonlord blood, and Lutheria like dragons, but can't seem to get it to work, kind of thing. So there's like a lot of like layers there as well. All right, so that
good
she kind of like their. Sorry.
I was saying this is a good segue into the next question.
Okay, what's the next question?
Dr. Chimkin asks, who was your favorite NPC to play and why?
Okay.
And for us, who was our favorite NPC?
Ooh. All right. I'll tell you my favorite. Should I tell you mine first, or have you guys go?
You go first.
Okay. My favorite NPC in the whole campaign. My favorite NPC in the whole campaign. He killed the Picklesaurus. Okay. Yeah.
Hey.
So this was a character that, as written, was incredibly problematic. Because again, the BioWare guys are a bunch of old white Canadian dentists. And they're from an earlier time and place, as you encountered many times some of the very problematic content that we had to sort of smooth over, but still touch on because, it is a Greek campaign or whatever. So a lot of people dropped the entire slavery arc from Mitros because, some people don't want to be reminded of slavery and deal with slavery stuff when they're trying to escape into Fantasyland and all that jazz. So I understand why those plot lines would have been dropped and left out. Bulbug as a character is written as sort of like a self-racist. Like, he's very like self-demeaning, and he's very like racist against minotaurs as written, which I felt was kind of a rough stance to take, for a character. But I took those kind of tropes and I applied them to Xander, who had been cursed to be a minotaur, because he started out racist to a certain extent, and then becoming what he hated was a poison to him. But I felt like Bulbug was the perfect little brother character. Like, he was this big boy who was not very bright. That was written to the adventurers. He's dumb as a sack of rocks, and he's very competitive, and he wants to impress you guys by showing you that he is better at anything that you could do. Like, anything you could do, he could do better. And it was a challenge for me, more so than Kyra, to make this very obnoxious kind of scrappy do character lovable. Do you know what I'm saying? And so I kind of viewed it as like a personal challenge. And there were many times where he definitely kind of overstepped and got you guys into trouble, and put his foot in his mouth, or his hoof in his mouth, which then got you guys into further trouble. But he was always there, and the simplicity of the character and the brutal honesty of the character, he was the best character to deliver the heaviest fucking shit through. Because it was one of those from the mouths of babes kind of thing. Like, if Bulbug was telling you something, it had weight. Do you know what I'm saying? And there was a lot of times where my voice would kind of crack and I would tear up a little bit, because this was a guy that is so earnest and so thoughtful and so dumb, and everything is so hard for him, and he's still trying his best. You know what I'm saying? And he is surrounded by greatness, and he just wants to be acknowledged by the people he thinks are great. And so it was just such a good and fun and wholesome character to play. And that's why he was definitely my favorite. I was very sad that Mythic did not have a Bulbug. I eventually made my own Bulbug replacement, which is Cred the Turtle. But he just doesn't have the same energy that Bulbug has. So Bulbug was definitely my favorite NPC of all the NPCs in the whole campaign. I think he was my favorite.
From what you've been saying, it sounds like Corinna is there. Bulbug.
Well, it's even worse. It's not Corinna. Do you remember the Bandit Encounter at the very beginning of the campaign? Yeah. So there was a bandit, and it was the only bandit left in the fight, and he looks around and he saw everybody was fucking dead, and he surrendered, and the party didn't know what to do. And so they had a hero huddle, and they're trying to figure out what to do with this guy, and they made this guy swear an oath to give up banditry and lead a good life. And because this guy didn't want to die, he agreed to do that. And he went on to lead a great life, almost like PTO style. And they kept running into him as he was just getting better and better at being a hero and living his life and all that. And they kept brushing up against each other and butting up against each other. And then finally they were just like, bro, join our team, be on the B team. This is what it needs to be. And that NPC, according to the random name generator, was Telemachus. And Telemachus is their guy. He is, in that campaign, he is Kyra's #1 lover, which is awkward because one of the party members is Kyra's only child. And so there's a lot of stepdad jokes about Telemachus and things like that. And Telemachus is just... he is still a shyster, a bandit, a crook, a criminal. But he has also sworn to this oath to try and lead a good life, and so he does that. But those instincts are still there of always being a bit dishonest and a bit roguish, and it's one of those characters that everyone loves, but some of them also love to hate. That's their Bulbug, I think, is Telemachus. So, all right. So, what about you guys? What was your favorite NPCs, if you had one? Wow, nobody. I mean, I know the viewers' favorite NPC was Astraeus. We have a survey that that proves that. Yeah,
Proof.
So, yeah.
Damn.
I'll take it.
Okay.
I meant I'll take the accolade of being the.
Okay. Fair enough. No.
Honestly, Kyra, like, just I feel the last few exchanges that her and Astraeus had as when Astraeus was still a PC, I thought were just really emotional and deep. You know, you gave us a version of her that was vulnerable, unsure, and I just thought was just had a lot of depth, and I think that her and Astraeus had kind of shared a moment before the Esther fight that kind of cut through the the joking prankster Kyra and everything else that he kind of knew that was kind of he's trying to figure out how to worship a goddess that he personally couldn't stand at the moment, and but the relationship deepened, and I just thought that you did a lot with her beyond just being the DM PC that would steer us or kind of keep things on the rails, so to speak. She was a fully fleshed out character that got a lot of the tragedy and the weight of the history of the campaign across. And that could be a big part of it, is obviously the tie-in with Vanished One, having that as a big part of their backstory as well. But because of that connection, I think that's who I'd have to pick.
It's tough for me. I mean, I love so many of them.
Yeah.
It's hard not to say Bulbug. Like, but I also Pythor. Pythor meant a lot to me, and watching him like kind of grow, like just to like be of use to like my character meant a lot.
What was really hard with Pythor for me is running the two campaigns. When Pythor died in this campaign, saving you and breaking his oath to do so. In Mythic, he was on the B team, and he was one of their B team members for the Indigo Islands, and he was alive and well, and so I'm dealing with the grief of this character being dead on Mondays, and I'm having to have him be alive and well and interesting and engaging and all that on Sundays. And it was such a horrible juxtaposition of like knowing that he was dead in one timeline and having to have him be okay in the other timeline. They don't have a demigod, but they do have a piety system. And one of the characters started as a champion of Pythor, and when they met him in Astoria, they switched to Valis.
Oh wow.
They switched, they abandoned him, and they switched to Valis. And he actually confronted that player during that arc about abandoning him. And it was like a pretty powerful scene. And now that he's kind of like sobered up and stuff, he is and they actually use him a lot on their B team. They're realizing that this is a very intelligent and thoughtful person who, cares a lot about a lot of people, and in a way that's kind of his weakness, is he cares too much about everybody. And you combine that with the polyamorous nature, and a willingness to have sex with literally anything, and it gets complicated. And then that same emotion that you care also sets you up to despair as well. And so very much like a character full of feeling and full of what they're realizing, a lot of depth. And a lot of them are actually kind of ashamed of how they treated Pythor and how they thought of Pythor when they first met him, because now that they've given him a chance and are helping him to rebuild who he once was, they are kind of seeing that, like, you don't know someone's situation, you don't know someone's journey, you know what I'm saying? And it's so amazing to have that kind of like development with made up fantasy characters, and we're just all hanging out and playing make believe and paper dolls or whatever. And to have people kind of come to these realizations that, you know, this washed out alcoholic slob, like, was he ever really great? And then they start to realize, like, yeah, he was. He was really great. And, you know, maybe instead of judging, we should have looked for a way to help sooner, kind of thing. So, and then, you know, you tack on the layers that we talked about earlier of this is a god, and he has fallen so far, and, you know, gods should be infallible, and how could he have fallen so hard, and the people need him, and this and the other thing. And it's like the trope is there that he needs the people, you know? And so it's been very fascinating. But yeah, I thought Pythor was a great character. As written, he's just a great character. But he really is a character that is only what the party is going to put into him. They're really only going to get out of Pythor what they put into Pythor. Because he is incapable of growth on his own because he's so far gone. And there are groups that just never talk to Pythor again. Like, they see him, maybe they save his daughter, maybe they don't, but they're like, this guy's a fucking waste of space. And they just never, that's it. That's the end of Pythor's journey. So, yeah.
Yeah, and like Phil and Pythor, it was like, I mean, obviously it was kind of like written, like their relationship, but like, I don't know, just the way like I had built Phil, and he was this like character that he didn't really, like, his mother was taken away from him, he didn't have parents, and like he was just this kind of great person but with nothing to do. And then like we immediately meet Pythor, and he's like, "Oh, I love you so much." And then it was just kind of like weird for Phil, because he's like, "This guy's a mess. I should be resenting how much of a mess this man is." But my character is a character that always wanted his parents' love, and it just kind of like worked out in this just like really great way between the two of them, where like he needed people to love, and Phil was that person to love. And I don't know, I thought it was really cool.
Well, and not every demigod played out with that sort of walking in your father's footsteps that you had with Pythor, where there was so much parallel between, well, a lot of parallel between everything that you did and everything that your father did. Your sister that you met on Scorpion Island, I actually went onto the DM Discord and I said, "Hey, I did some Centaur fuckers. You got any NPCs I can throw onto the island? Anybody, you know, any of your players want to have a guest character in my Odyssey game?" And one of the players in another game was like, "Yeah, put my demigod on the island." And then, you know, I was like, "Oh, what's their story?" And they're like, "Oh, they hate Pythor. Like, they're actually a fallen paladin because they were a paladin of the five gods, and when they found out that Pythor was their father and that he didn't save their mother when she was taken by Hexia, they lost all faith in the five gods, and they're like anti-gods, they're anti-Pythor." And I was like, God damn, this is perfect, because all the people on Scorpion Island are atheists. So this is like a great place for her to be as she seethes in her rage and all that other kind of stuff. And yeah, so, you know, there are other campaigns where people play demigod and they did not like Pythor. They did not try to help Pythor. They tried to surpass him. They tried to kill him. They tried to pretend he didn't exist. They wanted to move on past the stigma of him. So it is fascinating to see how that played out. And to see so many of the choices that you make mirror everything that your father had done, but then with much more positive results, was such a good theme, building onto the theme of doing better than those who would come before you. So I felt like he really delivered as an NPC. So I was very happy with him.
Yep.
Anybody else want to have a NPC they want to shout out?
I just loved. I really liked Nessa. I mean, how she ended up. I originally just, it's like, oh, okay, well, I feel bad for her. I don't want her to get turned to a scorpion, so I'll become her partner, whatever. I was not that enthused about it, but she became one of the most comedic, like almost a weapon used against other people and even the other PCs. Whenever like, I'm gonna get Nessa. No, don't get Nessa. Don't get Nessa.
I felt that I found Nessa annoying to start out with, but then she definitely became one of my favorite NPCs too.
Yeah,
I hated her the whole time.
the whole time there was never a moment where you're like, Nessa, good stuff.
Yeah, when she stopped random encounters from happening.
She was a story NPC that I was very excited about, because these BioWare guys, I remember reading the entry for Nessa, and I was like, man, they really want somebody to fuck a centaur in this campaign. Like they really do. They just describe her as this hot, like party girl that's a stoner, and she's real chill, and she's always stoned, and she's down for anything, and she'd like a rider because she doesn't want to die, but no pressure, and just like all this kind of stuff. And I was like, I want to do more with the character because I really like the character, but I want to do like more with the character, because that's pretty much all they gave you was like, she's kind of low key, so desperate not to turn into a scorpion that she will bond with any PC that shows interest to her at all. So it was basically Lorius 2.0. Just a slutty NPC who will be the romance partner of anybody who's willing to romance her, kind of thing. But I wanted to play her as someone who was thoughtful, beyond, she's a stoner, but that doesn't make her stupid. You know what I'm saying? And so I wanted her to be like a very thoughtful, almost kind of like eerily spiritual character that had made peace with her fate. And while she would prefer not to be a scorpion, she's not going to just slut it out to get a rider and then not be a scorpion or whatever. And so she was okay with that. But then by being saved from that fate, she kind of started to view, every day is a present kind of thing. That's why, every day is a gift. That's why it's called a present kind of thing. Like every day after that, after meeting you guys was borrowed time, because without you guys, she had already consigned herself to her fate. And your kindness towards her very much influenced your encounter with the Lotus Witch, because she was the favored creature of the Lotus Witch. Lotus absolutely adored her. Their relationship goes all the way back to when she was very small and Nessa got lost in the desert or whatever. And then from her tower, the Lotus Witch kind of spied her lost in the desert and led her to the oasis of the tower and befriended her and taught her, and was kind of grooming her for something more. And so your kindness to her predisposed the Lotus Witch to be much, much kinder. I know that sounds crazy, but much kinder to you than she would have normally been. So yeah. And she was a very fun character before we had Faxpiration questions. She was the Faxpiration. You know what I'm saying? Like she would just dismantle you guys, and really force you to look at what your characters were doing and why they were doing the things they were doing and stuff. And I felt like she was a great DM tool in the toolbox for that sort of thing, of kind of forcing you guys as players to say, "Oh my God, this is how the world sees me. This is how my actions are interpreted by the world." Nessa was she was a mirror that was showing you your character maybe in a way that you hadn't thought of before. But once you saw that reflection, it was like, oh, wow. Oh my gosh. And then, that for me, she was a very cool and useful NPC. And I did cry a lot when she died. So I was very sad. Yeah.
Yeah, I was not ready when you when she came on board, and then she just started like revealing all the truths that like Phil didn't want to admit to himself, and I was like, do not ever talk to me again. But I did really love how, because like Hypatia, she played herself as very like shut in, like keep her like personal feelings to herself, those aren't for other people type character, and I did like her coaching Nessa throughout the campaign to be like, look, you can't fucking say shit like that.
I also liked her naivety, and then she was trying to sort of find her own voice and her own place amongst you guys because she was very sheltered, right? She grew up on this rural island. She was the favored, the only daughter of the chieftain of her tribe. She got away with whatever she wanted to, didn't have a job, did drugs all the time, hung out with her weirdo friend in a magical oasis in the desert. Could talk to animals. Just kind of had like if Disney princesses could also be druggies kind of thing. And then she gets to leave the island and see the world, and she doesn't really know who she is or what she can do to help you guys. And so I did like that arc when she first joined the party of her kind of following each of you around, trying to figure out, who she was based on who you guys were and who she could be. And then, that sort of innocence of taking your words and actions and misinterpreting them, like when Hypatia inadvertently turned into a mean girl and and things like that, where it was just like she was trying out like all these different personalities and hats to sort of figure out just who she was. She was really good at reflecting back at people who they were, but she herself never really had a chance to figure out who she was. So it was really neat as a sort of side arc kind of thing. So anybody else want to do a shout for their favorite NPC?
I think obviously my favorite NPC was Kyra, because I think I don't think it was at first, but then as I'm like looking back at everything, and like it's such a beautiful story of Kyra and Anna's relationship through the whole. It's like as ever since I started playing D, I never thought that I would care that much about thought construct, both mine and yours.
Now you're prepped for a robot AI partner when they hit the market in a couple of years. Like you already, yeah. Like, I'm just saying. I mean,
but yeah, definitely. And then the whole reveal towards the end, and then Anna's still accepting her for who she is. And that was all awesome, and I'll never forget that for going forward and playing in more D&D. It'll never probably. I don't think that'll ever top.
Yeah,
maybe we'll see, but yeah, it was great.
Yeah, I mean, Kyra saw in Anna everything that she wished she could be, which was that's where that sort of attraction came from of why she sort of fell for Anna. Was she always felt like everything that she did was the wrong decision and the wrong choice, and that even when she was being charismatic and cool and funny, it was a cover for how self-loathing and how miserable and how regretful she was about all of her previous decisions, and how you were this mysterious person. You had no family, and you had you had nothing. You had no past. You were just this enigma. And yet you just did everything for everyone all the time, always putting everyone else in front of you, so on and so forth. And so, yeah, I mean, you were to her like what she wanted to be. And since she could not be that, she wanted to be as close to what she wanted to be as possible. She just you were her son, essentially, So, yeah. Anyone else got a shout for NPC?
I think most of the major NPCs have already been talked about. So I guess what I'd like to kind of mention is just I've always really liked a lot of the B team NPCs, like the really small ones, the supporting characters that support the B team.
The thug roles of the campaign.
Yeah,
Like,
so I'd
yeah.
like to give a shout out to Testicles and Spectacles
Oh,
Hell
for
yeah.
really
Fantastic.
showing up.
I never thought for a second that we would bring them to Praxis and to
Oh, I knew.
talk with Thylea, guys. Like, oh, what? This is the best.
We brought him twice to talk to Lutheria.
Everything
First,
about
as sacrificial lambs, and then decided we will not sacrifice them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
everything about these two was the B team's B team. These are unfinished. These are unfinished Assassin's Creed models. They didn't even. They don't have clothes. They don't have hair. I don't even think you met them in the game. I think they were just randomly generated rival assassins that it got killed when they showed up to kill you. They had nothing going for them. And then there was somebody posted. They have something called like Kyra's Mischief or something, which is the memes channel on the Odyssey thing. And somebody posted like, looking for Greek names. It's simple, just mispronounce words that could sound Greek. And then there was a whole thing of like Testicles, Bicycles, Isocles, like on and on and on. And I was like, well, that shit's going in the game. As a joke, LOL. Yeah, and so when you guys were like recruiting for your thing, I was like, well, we got to throw Testicles in there. And then you guys were like, can you row? I was like, well, shit. All right, I guess he's on the team. And then I made the mistake of giving him a pretty good ability. So that's always like a danger. And so he had a pretty good ability, so you kind of wanted to bring him. And then I was like, well, if they're on the B team, you got to role play him. You know?
Well,
like,
it started before I think they even had an ability. You
Yeah.
were like bringing them up as a joke, like when we were like, okay, guys, who wants to go do this horrible thing that we want to take volunteers for? And Testicles was always like, I am ready. I am strong. I will prove myself. And by the way, Rex wants to see Isocles' art if you have it.
it's literally the same model, but his head's turned to like the right. Like, yeah.
I'm glad.
I think it was great because you purposely say they had a sigh of relief whenever they weren't chosen. It's like, I am ready. Oh, we're gonna go with these guys. You'd be like, oh, thank God. Okay.
And then we chose him for like the most dangerous of shit.
That was the Lutheria one. I think
Oh,
that was
yeah.
the defining moment. When she asked if we were willing to sacrifice them, and we said no.
And for two semi-toxically masculine, bro characters, they had a pretty damn good time in the underworld. They got to compete in fucking great nether great games. They got to bang a bunch of hot undead women. You guys almost left them there. They got to meet Lutheria. They got to stare down Lutheria in person. And then they were validated because right in front of them, Lutheria's like, well, I'll take these two. And you guys were like, no. I mean, how validating? How validating is that? You know what I'm saying? That like, yeah. So like, it was a good adventure for them. But yeah, they were absolutely terrified the whole time. Like absolutely terrified the whole time.
Yeah, but I don't think we would have given up any of our other B team members anyway.
But to the viewers, we did bring them just in case we had to bargain with someone. That is why their name got put in the hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they're Dragonlords.
And now they're fucking Dragonlords. Testicles and Spectacles. Names will go down in history. Thank you, memes. Thank you, memes. So
I like Cabbage a lot too, and even like this is kind
I wish.
So one of the hints about being a dragon, especially being a metallic dragon, was Kyra's absolute disdain of cabbage. Absolute disdain of cabbage. Like completely over kobolds, hated kobolds. One of her favorite things about leaving the Forgotten Realms is that there weren't any fucking kobolds. And then she runs into a goddamn kobold. And so yeah, so she was definitely a bit racist towards cabbage because she just doesn't like kobolds. Because they're tryhards. They're always trying to get your attention. They're always trying to worship you. They're always claiming to have dragon blood. So yeah, as a copper dragon, her her just disdain for kobolds. She could not hide it. How much she disliked cabbage.
I mean,
yeah.
it seemed like it was more coming from the whole like she was walking in on her territory of like telling the stories.
Yeah, Cabbage
and
actually
stuff.
knows things.
Yeah. I mean, that was and that too.
Oh, Cabbage, you're actually giving us useful information.
Well, and it was that dragon pride too, right? Like to be outshined by a talented bard, right? That's one thing. To be outshined by a kobold at anything, as a dragon, oh my god! You know, like it was devastating. It was devastating to have Cabbage around. So yeah. In Mythic, when Pythor went to the Gerblin village, he just hates Gerblins, and he's trying to explain to everybody there's no redeemable qualities about Gerblins. They're the worst. The whole thing. To him, that was like Kyra's kobold thing. It's just like she just can't stand him. Like just can't stand him. Has too much history with them. They're just obnoxious. They're annoying. But was a great and lovable character because Cabbage was just uncompromising. Like Cabbage, if you guys had not saved Reset, Cabbage's goal was, from my understanding, to find a way to bring Tiamat into Thylea and help Tiamat conquer the world. She was very much a villain. If you want to talk about redeemable villains and irredeemable villains, Cabbage was an irredeemable villain in your midst the entire time.
Yeah, I was asking like, oh, can I want to use this art. How can I get kobold in here? And he said to just use a lost one.
Yeah.
And to bring Tiamat. I'm like, okay.
Oh god. And say what you will about those Gerblins saved Mitros.
Yeah.
They kicked ass.
They showed up even though they didn't want to, and they did their jobs. They did their jobs. All right. Anybody else have a shout? Otherwise, we'll have you guys ask the question, or we'll go to a question for chat.
I'll just say that like I feel like we should talk about genres, but I feel like we shouldn't because it's going to be, I don't know, it's a big part of Hypatia's post game. I feel like, so maybe we shouldn't.
Okay. The only thing I'm gonna add about Chandras is his art was not, his default art was not sexy enough. I was like, we got lots of cute girls in this campaign, but we need Chandras to be an ultra hottie deluxe. And the hunt was on. Everybody was looking for the perfect blue tiefling art, and finally, a player in another game met Chandras, saw his default art, fell in love with him, and happened to be a talented artist, and they drew the art that we used, which was absolutely stunning. Just a very handsome boy. Just a very handsome man.
See, that was the most suspicious thing.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I wanted him to be 100% red flags. I wanted him to, because I did not want to be accused later of tricking you guys. So I wanted to put it out there that this was obviously a plant. This was obviously a bad guy. And so when Phil was like, "You guys are being racist. He's a nice guy. Don't use the fact that he's like the racist term Stygian to say that he's a bad guy. That's ridiculous. You got to judge him by his actions." And everyone's like, "Phil, whenever he talks, he sounds like a villain. He's plotting against us. Whenever he says stuff like, 'Well, we wouldn't want you to fail, now would we, heroes?'"
And then they were like, his backstory.
He did not want us to fail.
Minotaur. They fought against street kids with his best friend Minotaur, and they,
Oh yeah, I mean, he had redeemable qualities because everyone is a three-dimensional person, a character. All the NPCs are three-dimensional. Like they're people. They have lives. And he had redeemable qualities, which is mostly his friendship with Zamrox. But my goal was to present a character that you could never tell me, "You tricked us. I didn't see it coming." You know what I'm saying?
That's how you tricked us. That's how you tricked us.
He was very much but when he saw what was going on, to him, it was these people are more useful to Lutheria than she maybe even realizes, was kind of his takeaway. And so it went immediately from I will deliver them to Lutheria, I will betray them to Lutheria, to I will sway them. I will sway them towards Lutheria. And yeah. So but yeah, I just wanted to give a shout because yeah, I love the art for him, and I just love it when like a talented artist is in a campaign and feels inspired by the campaign and then makes art for the campaign. I always love seeing fan art for Kyra. That's why she has so many tokens. Anytime I see fan art for Kyra, I make a token out of it. And I especially love fan arts of Kyra that are in the style of our Kyra, because our Kyra was commissioned special to be different from the book's Kyra, so it's always like kind of a nice feel when you see like fan art of our Kyra specifically. So, but yeah, I love that Chandras art, and I like Chandras as a character, because he was also pretty morally gray. You know, he was definitely a neutral-leaning evil character. Like, he would not have judged you if you sacrificed people, if you took deals, you know, if you did what needed to be done. Like, he was very practical in that way. I mean, you know how Warlock do. But what won him over was certainly Hypatia, because Hypatia didn't trust him in so much as she was way too smart to fall for the fact. He knew that she knew that he was a spy. It was that she trusted him with her heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was that she was very distant from everyone, very closed off from everyone, but even though she knew he was a bad guy, she trusted him with that part of herself. And maybe she trusted him because she knew he was a bad guy, and because she thought maybe someday he would betray them, and that it wouldn't have to be a permanent thing. Maybe she could have this dalliance, this romance, this confidant, and that eventually she'd lose him, and that was fine. And maybe that was why, but he didn't care, because he had never really had anyone trust him in that way. And so that was kind of the wake-up call for him, that like there was more to life and more to him than just winning back Lutheria's favor. It kind of gave him the agency to look at himself and look at you guys and kind of figure out his place amongst all that stuff. So, all right, so let's do. You guys, any of you guys have a specific question, something that you were wondering about during the campaign or wondering about after the campaign? Otherwise, we could just answer another chat question.
Pickle Island.
Okay.
Where the fuck did that come from?
Okay. So this campaign's been going on for a long time, and prep for this campaign started well before we actually started the campaign. Rick and Morty was a big deal when I was prepping the campaign. Rick and Morty was still the hotness, and somebody was talking about Kyra is random like Rick and Morty is random. Like, Kyra is the kind of person like Rick that would turn herself into a fucking pickle rather than deal with her responsibilities, kind of thing. And so there's like a little emoji that's like a pickle with Kyra's face on it that's on the DM Discord and all that. And that's what kind of inspired like the Susan Pickleman idea of her literally turning herself into a pickle. And then people were like, that's funny, memes, so funny. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. I'm really going to put Susan Pickleman in the game. And they were like, no, you're not. Like, you run a really good game. You are not going to do that. And I was like, oh, I'm doing it. And they're like, why would you do that? Like, you're taking your very cool game and your very cool narrative and you're shitting all over it with this stupid meme idea that we're all, everyone's joking around about it, but you're going to take this pickle, Susan Pickleman, you're going to put this in the game. Susan Pickleman has nothing Greek. There's nothing Greek about it. It's a pickle. It's the dumbest fucking thing. Why are you doing this? and people were mad. Like, people were mad. And they were like, there's no way. And then I did it. And people were like, I don't know what to say. And then I was like, you know what? Anything Susan Pickleman says is canon. So she starts talking about there's an island where I came from, and it's full of other pickle people, and they're called cruel cumbers, which is a thing from what's the game? Dragon Quest. Yeah, the Dragon Quest series actually has bad guys that are pickle people, and they're called cruel cumbers. And she's like, yeah, it's full of cruel cumbers, and there's monsters on the island called picklesauruses, and of course in the Monster Hunter series, the monster Deviljo, which is a fucking terrifying monster. It's big and green and warty, and people call it the
Demon pickle.
Yeah, they call it the demon pickle, the angry pickle. And so every fucking thing that Susan Pickleman said, I was like, it's going to be canon. It's going to happen. It's going to exist. And I just doubled down and tripled down on the memes. And that's why it makes me so happy when I see other games that have Susan Pickleman and other games that have Pickle Island and art of Kyra that has Susan Pickleman or references to Susan Pickleman, because I felt like that was the Pinkie Pie Deadpool part of Kyra's character that I was really going for. Like, this person was giving god powers, and they are wasting them being a cartoon character, essentially. So I was, yeah. So there's nothing in the campaign about Pickle Island or any of that kind of shit.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
Hypatia feels,
I could do it, so I did.
Much better now.
Yes.
That it was in fact a figment of her imagination.
Yes.
It never happened.
There's only one timeline that Hypatia went through where that was the thing, and it was this one.
Exactly, yeah. And since there was no Hypatia to deny it in the Mythic game, Chandris to this day denies that they ever encountered the Picklesaurus, and that Pickle Island actually happened. Like, he refuses to acknowledge that Pickle Island happened. But yeah, it was all memes for days. That was the whole thing. So,
Well, it's cool because you got it all out then, and then the rest of the campaign was all very serious. I don't think there were any other memes.
We just finished talking about Spectacles and Technicals.
The literal
I
one
believe there's
session I
some way
missed.
that someone was called that
Pickle Island.
every one time.
but that was the chance for Bullbug to prove himself. Yeah. So that
I've heard about that session so many times. I feel like I've played it.
There you go. All right, we got a chat question.
This one is for Hypatia. What are your thoughts towards playing a race with an inherent curse?
It was definitely like the way Hypatia sees it is it's one of those blessings in disguise. Like, you go blind and all of a sudden you appreciate music in a whole new way. That was the point of view, because she didn't want to be like pretty girl noble, get betrothed to the first eligible dude who wanders past. She didn't want any of that, and becoming a Medusa means she doesn't have to anymore. So it's very much a way out. So that's how the character views it, definitely. And I don't know, it's somewhat easy. It seems a little easier for me to play too. Just, the whole kind of fish out of water obviously doesn't belong with other people, and so that can be a good thing. That's how I played it. To be a good thing. A weird good thing, but a good thing.
Cool. Your choice of Medusa was challenging for me as a DM. One, because mechanically they had to make the Medusa kind of sucky. Because which if you played Princess Heist, where you get to play as a real Medusa, it's pretty nuts. Like, it's mayhem. A real PC Medusa is mayhem. That's what I learned from Princess Heist. It is ridiculous. But then there's also the racism aspect, right? Because you are cursed, and you are cursed by the gods. or a god or the fates or somebody. Everyone knows that there is an inherent wrongness with you, and they are, as a society, given sort of a free pass to treat you horribly because you are a stigma, you are wrong, you are other. But we're also in a climate where we have a streamed game, and you maybe didn't sign up to be treated super bad with fantasy racism every week. Some people, they deliberately choose a race that is hated in the campaign setting so that they would not be exposed to or so they would be exposed to those experiences so that they can kind of role play it and deal with it in a safe place and experience it if maybe they haven't, or experience it if they have but now have the power to kind of counter it and grow past it and punish the people who feel that way and that sort of thing. And so there were times where I wanted to kind of lean into it, but I never felt comfortable enough to push too much or too hard on it. So generally, there were people that were very obviously disgusted by your curse, like your former betrothed, Commander Gaius. And there were people who instinctively did not trust you and were afeared of you, like the people of Mitros. But that was one of the opportunities for Valis as an NPC to sort of step up and say, I am the queen of this fucking city, and this is one of my champions. And she does not have to hide who she is in my city. And you need to respect her and the things that she has done for you and the things that she will do for you. And honestly, once you got out of the mainland, you probably learned pretty quick that them islands was wild AF. So they didn't care if you were fucking Medusa. They're just like, what's up? Like, yeah, it was crazy times on those islands. The lizard folk, that they thought you were a walking plate of spaghetti. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, everybody had their own take on you. But that sort of racism, that fear, that religious doctrination of hatred, that was very much tied just to the settler portions of the mainland. So yeah, it was
like, I don't know, the way I built the character, there was always something wrong with her. She never fit in, and it was nice for it to be obvious now, and she didn't have to pretend to.
Yeah. No, I loved the. I would often refer to her as Medusa Daria. Yeah, because she just had such a dry sense of humor and such a dry delivery of like her words, and there was definitely like a sadness to her and a loneliness to her that people would assume was because she was a Medusa, but she had gained that alienation, she had gained that sadness well before the curse manifested. You were already a disappointment to your family. You were already estranged to your zealous, religiously zealous brother. You already were struggling with interpersonal relationships well before the Medusa thing kind of came out, right? X-Men style.
Yeah.
And so for you, yeah, it's like, well, now I have an excuse. Like, now people can just look and see and know that this is why. And maybe it's not me, maybe it's the curse. Kind of thing. But of course, being super smart and cursed with being super smart, you that was your real curse, of course, is brilliance. Like, you knew it was you and not the curse. And that's part of where the tragedy kind of came in, which is why I was not surprised at all that you did not get rid of the curse when you had the chance, because you knew that at the end of the day you were still who you were, and removing the curse would not change any of that. Yep. So, wonderful character. Wonderful character. All right, then. Any of you guys have a question? And then
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to use my number 2. Sorry for doing this to you, Crash.
Okay.
You said it twice.
I would like to. I would like to ask you what your favorite moment was with each of your players.
Oh man, 2 years. So here's the thing about me, as I have really bad ADHD. I take about, I think it's 3 or 4 different meds for ADHD to be functional, because I have a very high executive functioning day job that just drains all my spoons. All the spoons in the drawer are empty by the end of the day, and then I got to run these games on top of that. Run a lot of different games. I live a lot of different lives. I jump completely into the NPCs that I run, and try to make them as real as possible. I feel so much older than I actually am because of the amount of lives that I feel that I have lived and adventures I've gone on and things like that. But I think even though it's been 119 sessions and 475 hours and 2 years, I do think I could probably answer that question. Talus, the Warforged, the most poignant scene, I think, with Talus the Warforged was definitely Talus and Dianthus. They're both spirits that have been bound to a construct, essentially. Now, there's one of my favorite parts of the Eberron lore is the creation of Warforged, the Soul Forge, the implications of what a Warforged is. What is the soul that powers a Warforged? Where does the soul come from? The whole existential crisis of, is it a real soul? Is it a manufactured soul? Does it count as a soul? Are they alive? Are they just a construct? And then that sort of connection to Dianthus, but then also the undercurrent there that Stone's in many cases subtle role playing was that Dianthus was still in a way very much in love with Esther, even though Esther killed her, and mutilated her body, and forced her into service. There was sort of that Stockholm syndrome of that sort of connection to him after all these years of being bound to each other, right? Because she was bound to the ship, and then when he died, he was bound to the ship. And so they were a bit like one and the same. And so the scenes with Esther Talus and Dianthus Ultros, they were, to me, they were some pretty powerful scenes. I also liked when Talus walked the city of Mitros because he did not need to sleep, because he just felt so other and so apart all the time as a construct. And just, there was always just this kind of sadness to this character. I felt like a Warforged was just such a good pick for a lost one, because a Warforged always is a lost one. Like, a Warforged always feels apart from everyone else. So I thought that was a good scene with that character. I think the best scene with Astraeus was the confrontation in the hallway of the palace with Kyra. When Kyra got her memories back and had to face Astraeus, knowing that he knew that she helped betray and kill him, and having to kind of own up to that, and then him forgiving her. And a big part of her character was that she felt she was beyond forgiveness. And so I felt like that was a very powerful scene between the two of them. So let's see. With Reset, so Reset and I had a private session. Ooh. And it was actually a really good session. And there was some really good, like, tropes of, like, the temptations of power, the manipulation of a person who feels, in a way, like abandoned by their allies, a person who had a goal and could never seem to reach it. Reset longed for an opportunity to serve Valis. And part of it was out of love, and part of it was out of admiration, and part of it was out of duty. And so having that sort of rejected, because Valis was very much Arisian in her, she was cold. She's Ice Queen. She's a silver dragon. She just didn't express those emotions. She didn't reciprocate those emotions well. And even though Valis liked Reset, and even though Valis thought Reset was quite powerful, Valis had her own amount of like dislike for Reset because she was from Eregia, and Eregia had made war upon her city, her mother's city, over and over and over again. And there was still that sort of thing. And so there was a feeling of rejection on Reset's part, of just not having a place, even amongst the chosen, right? She was still an outsider as an Eresian. You guys going to Eregia and seeing her origin story, essentially, and why she's the way she was, and how weird Eregia is with their culture and everything, that didn't change anything, you know? Like, if anything, it almost cast them as even more of an outsider, because the only other Eresian that you recruited was Spoon Girl, and nobody really likes Spoon Girl because she's Eresian. Eresians are very likable. And there was sort of like a mirror there, right? Of like, well, this is how they feel about everybody from Eregia, and I'm from Eregia, and they say that I'm a part of the team, but am I a part of the team? And then she dies, and she's down in the Nether Seas, and she's just waiting patiently for you guys to come for her. And Lutheria kind of swoops in, and there's there's whispers, there's casting of doubt, there's the seduction of power, and more so than power, just being accepted, being viewed finally as useful, being given a purpose that nobody else would give them, right? Like Astraeus tried to put Reset into that role, tried to show Reset that they had a purpose, but Reset was still very young, and Reset kind of needed someone to be a bit more hands-on and guide them. And so that transition, right, from like the light side of the Force to the dark side of the Force, I felt like that session, and then leading into that arc, I felt like that was really good stuff. And I felt like Reset handled it really well. And I also feel like you guys were very indulgent with that as well. Like, you knew something was wrong, but you knew that, you could trust Reset. But then there was sort of a come to Jesus moment where you guys were like, listen, it's getting pretty bad. Like, we need to know where you're at, where your head's at, where your loyalties are at. So that, for me, any Reset Lutheria scene I felt was really good. Because Lutheria definitely, in the same way that Reset wanted to be accepted and Reset wanted to be a champion, Lutheria wanted a champion. Lutheria wanted to be represented by something that wasn't dead. She wanted to be represented by something bright and strong and alive. And Reset was just so much more than she ever thought she could have. So balanced and sane and just put together, and to then be rejected by Reset, and lectured by Reset, and have Reset just turn away from her. Those are all powerful interactions. So that was that. Let's see. With Cyrus, definitely scenes with Nessa, I think hit pretty hard, because there was sort of that reluctant, well, I'll become the rider just to help this person out because they seem like a good person that's just in a bad situation. And you could see the evolution of his respect for her and then his growing love for her over the course of the campaign. And then sort of at first, like, an embarrassed, like, oh, she's so weird, but I got to stand by her because I said I'd do that. I'd be her rider and stand by her. And then it changed to a pride of like, this is my girl. This is what my girl can do. Like, you need somebody's psychological profile completely broken down. You got to send it to my girl. She's gonna make it happen, kind of thing. There was that. I don't want to say ownership, but there was that pride of like, this is my partner, this is my person, and I loved the little scenes that would kind of build that relationship more and more and more and more and more. I also liked the interaction of Cyrus and Helios when Cyrus realized that he and Helios had been pitted against each other by Lutheria, to basically force Cyrus to go on his journey and level up. And then sort of the, I want to almost say guilt that Cyrus felt that Helios had been put through that Helios was a pawn in Cyrus's story. Cyrus wasn't a pawn in Helios's story. And here you have this actual god who doesn't even realize that he has been bamboozled, so that Cyrus can get strong, so that Cyrus is forced to evolve and become more. And almost when that realization happened, that instant, like, oh shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, all hatred just gone, because this person, this god, this being, yeah, they were a shitbag. Like, Helios is definitely a shitbag, but he had some redeemable traits, and shitbag or not, he was tricked into the entire thing, at least the things involving Cyrus. So I felt like those were really good. With Hypatia, I love the scenes with Hypatia and Nessa, because Nessa was so opposite of Hypatia, but Nessa was also a little bit obsessed with Hypatia, because Hypatia was one of the most interesting things she had ever seen, and also reminded her a little bit of the Lotus Witch, who was her, surrogate mother / best friend. And I liked that she could get Hypatia to laugh and get Hypatia to smile and sort of lighten up sometimes, and then to the point that Hypatia would have to excuse themselves lest they betray their nature publicly, kind of thing. I liked the scenes where Hypatia was vulnerable with Chandras, knowing that he could betray them. I liked the scenes where Hypatia had to go face to face with Gaius, because Gaius was a physical representation of the life that she escaped, but a reminder that that life is still there, and it still exists and it's still present, and that could have happened. He represents a timeline that could have been. And I also just really liked the scene where Hypatia had to confront Hypatia and kind of make a decision. Like, how long do I keep this going? How long do I keep punishing myself?
That whole scene was incredible.
Yeah.
I was jaw dropped, like, oh my god, and the music you chose, and
Yeah.
like how we ended up there.
Yeah. So raw. The only thing that you were really supposed to do was just go to the middle of Typhon and throw yourself into the volcano. And then you would have ended up in the same demiplane before, but you wouldn't have had to get eaten by a big monster while your allies fought the monster. But I wanted to have something interesting for everyone else to do, in case you decided to sort of fight yourself inside the prison that you had inadvertently created for yourself. Plus, I knew that you were kind of into Marvel movies, and I was like, this definitely feels like a good Marvel movie kind of add-on to the plot of, like, why are they cursed? They curse themselves by, like, cheating time. Like, they're the reason that there's a curse. The curse goes backwards from Hypatia, not forwards from your ancestors. So I just thought that was a really cool approach to them. Let's see. With Phil, any scenes with his dad were enjoyable because for the reasons that we've already discussed, but that they were important to Phil and they were important to Pythor. And Pythor saw in Phil everything that he wished he could have been. Which is often not the best way to view your children, because you don't want to live vicariously through your children. And Pythor, I don't think, wanted to live vicariously through Phil. I think he just was so happy to see Phil living a similar life, making similar choices, but making better choices, and bouncing back from bad decisions and not letting them consume him, and sort of just enduring where Pythor couldn't. I liked those scenes. Anything with Phil and Bullbug was always very heartwarming, because Phil I think at first was like, what the fuck's up with this Minotaur? And then, very quickly realized that this Minotaur absolutely idolized him. And rather than be a jerk about it, like, just leaned into it and just was like, I will be the friend that this guy needs. I will be the brother that this guy needs. I will be there for this guy. And it's so beautiful to see a character that could have been just a toxically masculine, I'm a demigod Herculean barbarian. I'm just gonna fuck bitches all day, and I got muscles. And I'm mad about everything. And Bulbug would kind of draw out this like softness from Phil that tempered. I think Bulbug tempered Phil and Phil's rage and Phil's potential murder hobo-ness as a barbarian. I think it tempered it really well because it highlighted that softness and kind of brought that softness out that made Phil a much more engaging and interesting character. A lot of times barbarian is a hard sell, especially in a long campaign, because they really are kind of one-trick pony. But those interactions kind of brought out more depth in the character. So I like those quite a bit. And I did like the interaction of Hexia and Phil, where Phil basically had to go to his stepmom and just be like, what the fuck, lady? And kind of marriage counsel his own stepmother. And she's a very bad person. She's still very evil. Campaign's over. She's lawful evil, everybody. Like, no, she didn't become a good guy. And like that act of setting down your anger and the way that she treated your father, the way that she tortured him for years, the way that she treated those people, and that was before you guys even knew everything, right? That's before that you knew that she was a green dragon adopted by metallic dragons, raised to be a good person, raised to become a Dragonlord, was a Dragonlord, fought against the Titans, fought in the other innumerable battles in other planes and worlds before they came to Thylea, was 100% a member of the Justice League, and then when it came time to hand out the stolen domains, she did not get one. Narcissus got one. Narcissus got the one that she could have had, because he was blood and she was not. And then Narcissus, of course, took his and ran, abandoned everybody. And then she, as a green dragon, did not have the ability to assume a human guise, and it was decided by Valis and Vulcan that the secret would be too hard to keep if Pythor and Hexia stayed together. And so, per Valis and Vulcan, he essentially divorced her and disavowed her. And so she lost her family, she lost her husband. She watched her shitty little brother like take the power that could have been hers and squander it. She was absolutely a fucking mess. You guys didn't know any of that about Hexia, and Phil still found the strength to set down his hatred, because what was it really going to accomplish? Like, what would killing her really do besides completely devastate his father? And that was like a really, really good scene, I thought, between him and Hexia and Pythor, of just kind of like, what do I do here? So
Yeah, that was a hard session for me.
Yeah.
I like when Phil found out that like Pythor would like never forgive him for killing Hexia, like, and
your
his
mom, too.
his
Mom,
whole
too.
arc. Yeah, and his mom was on board, and like it was that was a weird one.
And it's funny because when you look at the demigod thing in the player's handbook, you're like, oh, I gotta kill this green dragon. I think your name is Hexia, and that's the whole thing you're given to the whole thing to like base your character off of. So yeah, that was very good.
And Hexia was another one of those examples that if you read the entire adventure and you really think about it, like, she had every reason for falling apart and becoming this selfish, evil, like really embracing the worst aspects of her nature. because she lost everything, like one thing after another, and then because of the nature and bindings of the oath, she couldn't even talk about it. She couldn't even explain to people why she felt the way she felt, why she was doing the way things that she did, because it was forbidden.
Just
Yeah.
owned it, became the bad guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with Anna, I think the most powerful scene with Anna was definitely the dragon reveal and Kyra being absolutely convinced that when Anna discovered that she was Esther's dragon, that she had committed literal genocide, against the Geigen people and the Jenkin people, that she had helped Esther kill, Astreus, that she had been keeping secrets from everyone this entire campaign, that it would be over, that would be that, like, that you would not be able to accept her or forgive her, and then you shouted at her when she tried to run away, and we already discussed that there's so many scenes that you wanted to say something, that you wanted to do something, but you didn't. You let it go. You watched the scene play out. You were quiet on the sidelines. So when you finally did raise your voice and shout, it had so much weight and so much purpose behind it, and I felt like that was just a really powerful scene. So yeah. Yep. So I think that covers everybody. So, one more Reset scene. When Reset spent time in Aresia and spent time with her family, and then went to the gallery, and all Reset said was that Reset spends some time in the gallery. It was so powerful because by that point we all knew what that meant, and we all knew that as hard as Reset is, as cold as Reset is, as focused as Reset is, being in a region is hard. It is a burden. And seeing her adopted family, seeing that old life, seeing what she gave up, seeing how different she is from everyone else, being exposed to the world, and seeing just how free, right, non-Aresians are with their love, with their feelings, with their choices, not constantly feeling bound by duty and obligation. And then she just needed a moment off camera. But that's role-playing too. Like, role-playing isn't just acting or ad-libbing or using a cool character voice. Role-playing is making decisions that maybe you wouldn't make, but that your character would make, like being inside the mind of that character. And it just seems like such a simple thing to say, and she's going to go to the gallery for a few hours is huge, right? Because that is saying and doing so much in just a single bit of dialogue there, in a scene that happens off camera, but it carries all that weight. It's a great example of role playing without being like in the camera acting and doing all this sort of stuff. So I thought that was another great scene. All right, so we did a question from chat. Do we have any more questions from chat? No?
Phil, are you tracking that?
Please muted.
Oh, okay. I guess till Phil gets back. Does anybody else have a question? Do you have a question, Cyrus?
Oh, I'm muted. I'm sorry. Flip3 wants to be on the stream. Cadenix asks, where are the puzzles?
There were lots of puzzles. So many puzzles, but
you have to go back and watch the episodes. There were
yeah, there's a lot of puzzles. So many puzzles. The Lotus Witch Tower was probably. I thought the Lotus Witch Tower was kind of the best puzzle, because there was no solution. It was a Gary Gygax puzzle. You guys were just kind of put in the baby sweatshop, and I was basically just waiting for one of you to come up with a good reason for me to be like, you are no longer in baby jail.
Yeah, that was fun. I
loved the baby one.
Yeah, the arts were so good.
I also liked that you guys didn't fall for the fake puzzles that Ventus had. The Mythic group literally spent hours and hours and hours in and out of game trying to solve Ventus's puzzles that she left in the maze. And you guys just skipped all that shit.
I only found out secondhand about these puzzles. But
Yeah.
yeah, you definitely had Will messaging me, asking me for what I thought the solution was, and I'm like, that doesn't seem to make any sense, man. I'm so sorry.
So I doubled down on that shit. At one point, one of them was like, "Hold on, we didn't ask this. What color were the words written in?" And I was like, "Oh, son of a bitch! I didn't show you the handout. Oh, hold on." And so I made a handout in like 10 seconds. And it looked pretty convincing. It had like hand-drawn font with opacity on like a stone wall, the whole deal. And I was like, "Oh, my bad. Here's the handout." And they're like, "Oh fuck, there's a handout. Oh shit. He's definitely not messing with us. You know he hates puzzles. Oh my god, shit. Oh wow, he really can't. Oh no." And they just, yeah, I think some of them still to this day, they're just like living their life, and they're just like, "I wonder what the puzzle was."
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. But there was no puzzle. The puzzle was that there was no puzzle, because that's the kind of evil that Ventus is. That she would put some fake puzzles up just to keep busy. I don't know. There really weren't a lot of puzzles in this game. Even written into the adventure, I don't think there were any actual puzzles built into this campaign. There were some real nasty traps. If you had tried to tomb raid anything in Telemark, there were some real bad traps. One of the traps in Telemark actually teleported you into Sidon's conference room.
Oh my god.
So you're level 4, and you just crossed the ice bridge, and you're loving life, but you're curious. So you're like, I'll go inside this one. This guy's he's a traitor. This Dragonlord betrayed everyone to Sidon. He's the founder of the Sidonite Order. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna take a piss on his grave. Yeah, if you went into his tomb, the trap was charisma saving throw, quite high, I might add. And if you failed, you were teleported into Sidon's conference room, and Sidon's staring at you.
My group, someone triggered it, but they actually passed their save, and I was so disappointed that
Oh
they
my
passed their
goodness.
save. Because I felt if you had the audacity to do that,
Yeah.
you deserved what was coming.
It would have been, and I was going to honor it, just like I honored I think it was 5% or 10% chance that the Ultros would get destroyed.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was going to honor it. If you guys had actually broken in these tombs, I was going to run the traps as written. One of the traps, I think, was like 5 clay golems or something, like attacked you if you went into the tomb. They were bananas, like the traps for going into these tombs, because they really wanted you to know that was bad news. Like, you were not supposed to do that.
I think you remember. I think you asked at each of the tombs when we were exploring it. Well, do you like check it out?
Now, one change that I made and a lot of other people made is I put all of the engravings on the outside of the tomb. Per the adventure, all of the tombs were unmarked for whatever dumb reason, and all of the cool lore was inside the tomb. And so it was kind of like the whole place didn't have any fun or interesting content unless you started grave robbing, which they then immediately punished you for severely. So much like changing the dragon names out, it was decided by the community that we would just emblazon all of the important shit on the outside, and then people could enjoy the encounter without having to get completely wrecked. Also, interesting thing, in the Mythic game, their Lost One, he's kind of like a Lost One and a Curious One, which is a fan-made epic path. He's kind of a mix of like a Lost One, because Lost One's pretty terrible. So he's a mix of a Lost One and a Curious One. He has expertise in history. So he was the one that gave the tour of Telemark, not Kyra. And that was actually preferable for Kyra, because she was pretty emotional about seeing all these people that she used to know in life, and Esther's tomb and all that kind of stuff. And so he actually did the tour, and I just sort of fed him like the information, and he kind of gave it to the people. But again, you wouldn't have got any of that cool stuff if you ran it raw, because everything useful was just locked inside the tombs, which was kind of dumb. Yeah. All right. But yeah, there were really no puzzles in the whole game. All right. One of you guys have a question about the campaign? Something that's been gnawing away at you, or just something you were curious about?
Yeah. Did you like go out and like stat all like the legendary beasts? Because that seemed like it was going to be a super big part of the campaign, but we sort of dropped it early on after we realized that we probably don't need to do it. But like, how many were there? And like,
oh my gosh, there were quite a few, but with Stone switching to Slayer when Talus died, I pretty much just reskinned a lot of them as creatures for his path. So like the Scorpion, the Manticore, the Chimera Queen, the Hydra of Themis, those were all going to be kind of legendary beasts or whatever that got reskinned. There was a hyena on Themis that was like a legendary beast. There was a turtle. I forget which island the turtle was on. And there was I think there was an elephant on Thylea's island. But that would have been Bad News Bears if you had killed that one, because it's like her favored creature or whatever. So you would have been in a real bad situation if you killed that one. There was the golden ram, of course. I think there was a white heart, like a silver heart, which was another animal. So yeah, there was a few here and there. So in Mythic they have on Fire Island, they had a legendary T-Rex that they had to deal with, which was like so much worse than your T-Rex. It's based on the Magic the Gathering legendary dinosaur, Galta the Primal Hunger, and just a real fucking piece of work, like legendary monster. So
yeah, that's another one where David was like, "How did you guys deal with this thing?" And I'm like, "The what?"
Yeah.
Anna talked.
We
didn't really.
We fought a T-Rex, but like it was just kind of there.
Yeah.
It's just a T-Rex. That was all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the other thing is like the different games, I don't want them to be complete carbon copies of each other either. Yeah. So I'm definitely looking for opportunities to kind of
it also gives me a chance to be like, oh, this thing, we didn't have any problems with it.
Nice. Oh, Galta? I think we 3-shotted her. 3-shotted her? Crash said she had over 1,200 hit points. It's like, well, I guess we're just bringing different characters to the table. I don't know.
Maybe if you had a wizard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Do we have another chat question?
We're running out, but Jared Price Experience asks, question, what's your favorite pairing other than Phil and everyone?
Okay. I'll let you guys go first on this one. If you have a favorite pairing, or if you have a fan pairing, I think they call it shipping. If you have a fan ship, anybody got a fan ship they want to confess to or put out there?
Reyes and his wife maybe one day.
God damn.
Never.
Bro, they were already married, dude.
She made sure to do you dirty on the way out. That's for sure. So, not your wife, but Lutheria making sure that you continue to be punished for for bringing the Dragonlords to her mother's realm and ruining her life. Yeah. So.
Mine would be Endis sharing bowls of cereal with Risa.
Nice.
This is a weird one for me to. Oh no, go ahead.
Oh, I wasn't gonna say that. I was just thinking about Endis and her goddamn spoon. So, yeah.
It's clearly the pommel of her sword. Clearly.
Yeah.
No, mine is a weird one. It was always Jadris and Zamrox. They were just best buds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zamrock's
Bullbug and Bullbug.
Bullbug and Bullbug. Oh my gosh.
Gosh.
So-
You did it so dirty there.
So that pie had 100 different results. It could have been 100 different results on that pie. And it just happened to be you give birth to yourself. Yeah.
Wow.
But anything given by the by the Nether Seas could be taken away essentially. So it's just kind of a matter of time with that one. So any other favorite ships or partners or pair ups or anything like that?
I just thought it was hilarious how Pythor would continuously try to hook up with like the most monstrous whatever. Like, oh, that's a nice spider girl there. She's got those mandibles, man.
Well, I mean, he's pansexual, so But I also thought that was another real heavy clue that he was a dragon. Was any dragon-like woman that you met was definitely biggest interest for him. So the Lizard Queen, obviously not Ventus, because there was a lot of confusion about who Ventus was and where Ventus kind of came from, sort of thing. Sort of like Phil meeting Honora, Phil meeting Kyra, kind of thing. Like there's a certain point where Pythor's learned from his mistakes, kind of thing. You got to be a little bit careful about that kind of stuff. And since he and Kyra both had True Sight, they knew about Ventus right away. But they did not want to betray Ventus to you guys because there was a certain like dragon look out for dragon kind of thing. Like they wanted to see how it played out and see how you guys responded to it and everything. For Kyra, the whole arc with Ventus was a litmus test for her because there were parallels between her as a dragon and Ventus as a dragon, and she wanted to see for herself how you guys would handle an evil dragon, what you would do. Would you be able to find forgiveness? Would you be willing to work past that, or would you kill her essentially? Because that weighed so heavily on her mind about, eventually they will find out the truth. And so she was deeply invested in how you would respond to that. So if anybody's ever wondering, like, I thought they had True Sight, wouldn't they have known Ventus was a dragon as soon as they saw her? Yes, 100% they knew that she was a dragon as soon as they saw her. So, oh, that's a good question. Specifically for Anna, was Anna tempted to wield Lutheria's scythe?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I was definitely tempted, but that at first it was because everyone else was trying to like, you should do the scythe, you should become the new god of death. That's kind of like, oh, well, I was just like going over my head. Okay, well, what would happen if I do this? Is Anna willing to risk, whatever is also trapped in the scythe, because that was also a very big thing, just for her family? Is she that selfish in that way? And that was one of Anna's flaws that I wrote in the beginning, that she would do anything to get her family back. So that kind of worked out in that way.
So my follow-up is, given the classic Greek the parallel there to the classic Greek Pandora's box, was that a hard decision to make? Like, yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, like freeing all that evil into the world for your own.
Especially. And it's like all of that, and then there's that one little tiny bit of light. I'm like, okay, this is good. Yeah.
I vicariously wanted Anna to keep the scythe because I needed to know what it did.
Oh,
and
gosh, yeah.
And that was the one of like, when I'm talking to Red, I'm like, you know what, man? If you break that scythe, then you're releasing everything. Is it not an Anna thing to do, to attune to that scythe and just take that burden on for yourself?
I just felt like it was a lot cooler just to break it.
I'm happy how it worked out. But We can find out now. What's the scythe do?
Oh, you really want to know what the scythe does? Oh man, I feel like I should never reveal what the scythe did because the decision was made not to keep it. I don't know.
Well, yeah, you tempted me with the stat block a bunch of times. So
Yeah.
I was like, no, I'm gonna live with it.
Well, because in game, like you had Vulcan identify it, and he was like, "I'll tell you, but I don't think you want to know because then you'll have that temptation." So
Yeah.
I will say this: it was easily artifact level item, easily an artifact level item. Is most assuredly very, very strong, and would have made a lot of the campaign much easier for you. I will tell you.
And if I had gone with deciding like, okay, maybe if I entertained the idea, okay, maybe it could be the God of Death, because that was like the whole like super feat that I got was kind of being around death and understanding it and loss and all of that. And I think Anna would have made a pretty good God of Death at the end of the day. Like, but that's just another timeline, could have happened, but it didn't. So I'm satisfied with what I chose and how it ended up. And also, you mentioned like, oh yeah, it's gonna eventually make you go crazy, and it's a charisma save. Well, hey, I have like a plus 20 to my save at this point. I should be fine.
You were the perfect candidate. You were the perfect candidate.
Yeah.
I at one point I was gonna say like I was tempted to see if I could wield the scythe just for sake of with the Indomitable feat I could automatically pass that every day.
Yeah, true.
But then you would never have it for when you might need it for something else.
Yeah.
True, yeah.
Yeah, it would be represented as it's basically draining your power to resist it. So it would still work like story-wise and mechanically to kind of do that every day to resist it.
One day I'll be brave enough to pull from a deck of many things, and then one day I'll be brave enough to play a character that would be willing to like a sentient item that like takes them over.
Fair.
In some fashion.
All right, we got a couple more questions in chat, but did any of you guys have a question about the game or the campaign or anything?
Were there any more Lutheria creations I could have found? Cyrus could have found? Or was it just the 4?
Let me see. Is there any other Lutheria creations? Oof. That's something I can't remember off the top of my head. I would actually have to check my notes. Yes, there was an ancient Blemis on the Isle of Yonder. And I believe you guys saw him and you let him go. Or you opted not to engage with him. But he was a very beefed up Blemis. Blemis are those Cyclops that have no head. Their body is their head. They have a big eyeball and all that jazz. You guys saw him. You spied on him from a distance. You didn't want to jeopardize your stealth mission on the island by engaging in a potentially deadly combat with him. You determined that he was very strong, and so you kind of let that go. That was one as well. I believe the abilities he gave you, it was some kind of escalating anger, like the Blemis has. So like, I think if it was an aura. I tried to make all the Slayer abilities like auras so that they could kind of help the team, sort of thing. Because you guys didn't have like a real bard, or any kind of like actual support character. You know what I mean? Like, the spellcasters had support, but none of them were like a dedicated support. So I felt like that was an area that needed a little boosting. I believe the Blemis's aura was allies that are bloodied would deal like extra damage or could go into a barbarian rage, or it was something like that. It had something to do with like being angry when you're bloodied. So but beyond that, no. I think you got all the others. So yeah. No, we can't talk about the post game. Never mind. So yeah. All the ones that were available to you, I believe you got. There was no, that wasn't one of the ones that she wanted you to hunt down. So yeah, I think that's the only one that was kind of left unfinished. All right. Let's see. Do we have any chat questions?
Got several
Yeah,
rolling in now.
Okay.
There's quite a few. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Starting at the top, what was each character's biggest regret? I feel like we kind of answered that one with what did we leave undone? I guess if anyone has any like caveats.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
a regret could be the same as that, but it could be a little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah, but does anybody have like a particular thing that stands out that their character kind of regrets that you haven't already discussed, or that stands out specifically?
I have a regret. I have a player regret.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's probably a Hypatia regret too. But when it came time to make that check to save my brother, I should have argued that I was the goddess of wisdom now. I should have been able to use wisdom instead of charisma.
Ooh, yeah, that's true.
I should have. I thought about that like 3 hours after the fact, and I was like, God damn it.
Yeah. And I think I explained to you after the session that I had arranged for that to choose your own adventure style, like, trolley track switch. If you had saved him, then Gaius would have doubled down on his zealotry. And since you were unable to save him, Gaius went with his love of Mitros and the people over his zealotry for Sidon. And it
Let me tell you, that completely threw Hypatia for a loop.
Yeah,
completely.
It 100% came down to whether or not you could sway him in that moment, and so it was,
One of my biggest regrets was going to be taking that spell and never being able to use it because everything's immune to charm.
Aw, which spell was it?
The one I used on Hypatia's brother, and I'm happy I got to use it. So it's not really, yeah. But it was going to be. It was like, oh man, this is such, because it's like, oh, if they're immune to charm, and
well,
it was a really good spell though. I loved what you did with it. It was great.
With the addition of like Paragon defenses, I think spells like that are going to have more of an opportunity to shine because the bosses are being built with enough HP that we can spend a round on something like that that has like roleplay opportunities that kind of showcases a spell that normally a monster with a legendary resistance would be like, fuck no, and just legendary resist or whatever. And then you also get to deal a big chunk of damage too when they kind of shake themselves free of it. So you kind of get, in my opinion, the best of every part of it. Like you get to feel like you cast it successfully because I roll the save out in the open. You get the beginning of the effect and you get to enjoy it for maybe just a little bit. And then as soon as they get a chance, if it's really bad, they're like, oh, fuck this. And then you deal more damage than you probably would have dealt with a damaging spell. So in that way, yeah, I'm kind of digging these Paragon defenses for those showpiece bosses, right? Like the bosses that we don't want the fight to be Celasta cheesed, right? Like we actually want to look back at the fight and be like, that was a pretty badass fight. And not, it was pretty funny when we pushed that boss down and he didn't have an animation for being pushed out, so he just T-posed to death. That was good. That was a great boss fight. Both are memorable, but I think we're kind of trying for cooler memories. So yeah. But it was great because I had never even seen that spell played before. So it was really cool to see it happen. And it did create a wonderfully cinematic moment for Hypatia to try to get to her brother. So it's really cool.
It was great.
Trying to reflavor spells into, owning up to I'm a Siren, so this would be this version of spells. And it's funny because I never really got to use any of the free spells I get for being a Siren.
Yeah.
Which was Enthrall. I think one was Hold Person was kind of the best one you got. And then Enthrall's just, they have disadvantage to perceive anyone but you. Which could have been fun for maybe tricking a giant or later on. I don't know.
Well, mad props to you, because it's generally considered that the Siren race is the most OP and optimized race available from all the homebrew races that they made for this game. And you never abused it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they specifically said, when you're sad, you can't fly. You chose the saddest epic path possible. They gave you innately advantage to all social skills. It's fucking crazy. In addition to flying, in addition to innate spellcasting. And you didn't go, you didn't abuse that. like a certain set of pirates does. Yeah, I mean, I really liked that. I liked how you had this very strong optimized character, but you role played it the way the lore told you to, and you weren't just a human girl with feathers. You were a Thylean siren. Like you played it well. So I really liked that. All right, we have a question from you guys. Or do you want to do another?
Also me being a very emotional person.
Oh yeah, sure.
Does make cry, apparently.
I cried a lot during this campaign. I cried a lot during this campaign.
So many empty tissue boxes.
Oh my god. So it was some of the stuff that happened, some of the issues that your characters worked through and that the NPCs worked through, or they worked through together. I was crying. I was really sad. And some of it was kind of therapeutic crying, because like I was like really happy for your characters and happy for the NPCs to be kind of putting that stuff out there. But of all the games I've ever run in 28, I don't know how old I am anymore, years of running D&D games, I felt like this was easily the most emotional game. Like it had the most emotion, the most heart, the most and we still had fucking Pickle Rick and all this other dumb shit. We had all this dumb shit.
Alcoholism and helped him find his brother.
Yeah, exactly. We had so much dumb, memey shit, and it still was just a tremendously emotional and dramatic game, even with all that silliness kind of thrown in. Yeah.
One thing I liked was when I chose the invocations, I was like, I want to just talk to all animals. That was great. And at no point did you make me like cast speak with animals, which is how the invocation's supposed to work. You're like,
right.
You just animals, because it's like you can do it at will. I guess so you can like pretend to like not, when the stuff like, oh, you're eating the fish and it starts screaming. You don't have to have it on for that, but you appreciate.
Well, the best inspiration for that is obviously Divinity 2.
And that's part of the reason I took it, because I wanted that so badly for my character.
Yeah, but
I love your animals.
I was explaining to somebody at my dad's retirement party, whatever, that was asking about D&D stuff, and it came up, your whole speaking to animals thing, and how you were very firmly a vegetarian by like the end of the campaign. Like very much a vegetarian by the end of the campaign. Like your people are generally like pescatarians, you know what I'm saying? Like you still eat the fish, but I feel like
absolutely. They're adapted to water entirely. It's like they're basically like seagulls. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, yeah. So like but I kind of figured after everything that Anna learned from her ability to speak with animals, that she had moved very firmly away from the eating of any sentient creature. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
and that's what's like. Yeah, they probably really like to surf, so hanging out with those turtles was fun. They like to fish. That whole Indigo Island games was fun.
Yeah.
I just want to point out that for anyone who's been keeping count, Red has apologized more than I have so far.
That's true. You're doing really good.
Yeah.
I am impressed. I am very impressed.
Yeah, but he's not Canadian. He lives in the land of the free, so he gets to apologize all he wants.
I feel
I have to
shackled.
apologize.
His people were the first Americans to start smoking weed legally. I mean, so I don't know how that factors into apologizing a lot, but it's worth mentioning.
I'm sorry, man.
If it wasn't so hot, I'd be smoking right now. Anyways, don't want to get dehydrated. I'm on my 7th glass of water with no need to pee. That's how fucking hot it is over here. Okay. Is there any you guys have a question? Otherwise, we'll grab another chat question.
There's a good chat question I want to hear.
Oh, okay.
Are there any strategic decisions the party would have made differently in the Battle of Mitros in retrospect?
Oof! What a rough ass question. Man.
I want to start this by saying, in the beginning, the first like 2 sessions or the first 2 waves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
a lot of us were very busy, so we didn't have a lot of time to put into it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing I would change is I wish I could have
Had
looked
more
over
support.
it more from the
Yeah.
very beginning. I
didn't
don't think.
understand it until like the third wave, and that's
Yeah. I also never played war games. Like I never did Warhammer or anything. The spreadsheet was white at first. It gave me migraines.
I felt so bad about that whole thing because the game told me, all right, bro, it's time. Battle of Mitros. Here's five encounters. It's a boss rush. Don't let them rest. Fucking kick their asses. Kentamane shows up. Surprise, bitches. Good luck. And I was like, cool. All right, I love all these encounters. This is all great. Oh, wow. Sodomy / bestiality necromancy parade. What a brilliant addition. Good stuff. Where's the part where they benefit from the actual Odyssey that they went on that we named the adventure after? And they're like, oh, none of the shit they did matters at all. And I'm like, oh, so why did they go on an Odyssey then? And it's like, I don't know, just run these fucking boss encounters. Just tell them that all their allies are fighting in the background. And I'm like, okay, but I mean, just tell them they're fighting in the background? And so I did research, and Guy from How to Be a Good DM, he had a series called Mass Combat. And Guy, in his South African accent, he said to me, don't worry about it. You're the DM. If you feel that they recruited a lot of allies, then just tell them that their allies are doing great. And focus on the things that they need to do. And I was like, that feels kind of arbitrary. And he's like, if you feel like that's too arbitrary, just roll a d20. If they get an odd number, their allies all die. If they get an even number, their allies win. And I was like, that seems even more arbitrary somehow than me just deciding that the bad guys win and the bad guys. You don't understand, Guy, how emotionally invested we all are in these fucking allies. I can't just arbitrarily be like, oh yeah, these fuckers died and these fuckers didn't. I was like, I need, like we play with the dice on the table. This, like hidden rolls are there, but I reveal the rolls after the fact. Like we have the rolls out, we follow the dice. The dice help tell the story. I feel like there needs to be a mechanical value for what they have done. They worked their asses off. They made hard decisions. They did good role playing. They earned these allies. They need to have weight. They need to have function. And so I was like, Matt Colville wrote a whole book about mass combat for this exact reason. You recruit allies, they get turned into units, and they fight each other. Matt, I'm coming for you. Let's crack open this book. Let's do 270 pages. Holy shit. And this was like the busiest time of the year for me, where I'm having at my day job to support like live stream outdoor graduations for the first time that the school system's ever done it. I'm training new people. We're getting ready to migrate 30 websites. I have so much stuff going on. And I'm like, I personally am not going to read and learn a 270-page mini game. And I'm not going to tell my players that they need to. And I'm not going to make a tutorial video series so that they could do it. I was like, so we're going to take the core of the system. We're going to take the simplest war game I could remember that I used to run for like Cool Mini or Not and play it. We're going to boil it all down to like the simplest bits. We're going to have a little paper, rock, scissors Pokemon thing. And then that's it. And the rules, it fits on like one piece of paper, baby. 270 pages of rules, one piece of paper. This is about as simple as it gets. And it still was pretty fucking complicated. To the point that like I was spending every wave easily took 6 hours of prep. I would never want to do that again for a game. Like never. And then to have it felt to me like it kind of fell really flat. Because you guys were all really busy. You guys didn't want to learn a whole mini game just for this. You guys wanted to show up and kick some ass, So like my post-mortem of that, my kind of looking back at that is that maybe Guy from South Africa, maybe he did have the right of it. Maybe I just needed to have a table that had bad shit at the bottom and good shit at the top, and the more allies you recruited was added to that D100 roll. And so if you had enough allies, you would prevent the real bad shit from happening. And if you had a lot of allies, you were guaranteed that the good shit was going to happen whenever I would roll on that table. And then each wave, I would simply roll on that table and be like, okay, here are the big takeaways from this battle. And then we would just check the table, and it would be like, just come up with like, I don't know, I don't want to say 100 different things, but, come up with like 20 different things or whatever, or 30 different things, make a D100 table, and then have that table be positively influenced by the good things that you did and negatively influenced by the bad decisions that you made. And then each wave is simply summed up by whatever you guys did, and then everyone else is described based on this, this table, and then that's it. Like that's yeah.
I will
do
say
with that too is like have short little couple just small like paragraph long summaries. So as the players like get to a, let's say, a quick resting point or whatever, and they look upon the scope of the battle, you've got, this is what's happened, and then based on your dice roll, you can have like 3 versions, like the, things went bad in this part, things were evenly matched, or things went good in this part. And just a quick little summary so that they still feel like things have happened while they were doing their fight.
Yeah.
And not so much based off of like you mentioned, possibly having up to like 20 events or something like that, but just kind of a quick little 3 blurbs, good, bad, and neutral on each phase.
Yeah. So
To answer the
I
question,
will say
yes,
it
there were
was
things I would
very
have changed.
rewarding.
Yeah.
It was very rewarding when Red was like, we need to get our shit together. And I
Yeah.
was like, all right, we're getting our shit together. And it really was like, especially after, I think it was wave 3, we're like, we won almost everything. And I was like, wow,
that felt
we fucking
good.
did it.
Oh, yeah,
We did
I
think
also felt really bad
did
after
think we
Patty
could.
doing everything the first week.
when I sat down for, I believe it's wave 2 and 3, when I sat down for like the one that I think it was wave 2, where you guys were like, no, we need to do this. We need to do this right. I was like, why? We can't even roll fucking dice on this one. Mathematically, the bad guys have absolutely no chance. Like some of the matchups you created, once they were algebraed out with like the cancellations and stuff like that, you had such overwhelming advantage over your opponents that there was just no point to even rolling the dice. You were devastating them so badly. Like the worst loss, in my opinion, was of course the Ultros. I had a lot of people message me and say, it's not too late. You could do this to have the Ultros still there. You could have that to be the Ultros still there. And people were just like, why would you get rid of the Ultros? Like, that's a terrible thing to do. I think those people forget that you had told Dianthus that, she was free and she had agreed to serve as the spirit of the ship until the, until Sidon was defeated, essentially. Until the war was fought. So the ship was just gonna be a ship at the end of the battle anyways. You know what I mean? Like because she was going to be.
Yeah, and it would have been weird. We had that really nice scene where, like, at the end of the battle, Anna went and found the piece.
Yeah.
Back to Dimitri, and that wouldn't have happened unless the thing got destroyed. So whatever.
People are not used to losing, and people are not used to the characters they care about losing. You know what I'm saying? But like, that is part of the story. You know what I'm saying? If everything always works out all the time, or everything gets, a do-over, or everything, gets retconned, you just end up with like late season Supernatural. You know what I'm saying?
Marvel comic.
All lessons.
Everyone's alive.
Yeah. Like.
Also, yeah. Even at the end of all of it, I feel like we did as well as we could have, and we got a pretty good outcome, I think.
Yeah, I'm happy with our outcome.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
My only takeaway, or like, I mean, you said you're not gonna run it again.
I want to see them.
I think the Mythic group would love the hell out of it. They love crunchy shit. So like, especially if I did a mini version of that battle, Like, to kind of be like, hey, what if there was a battle like this, but it was bigger? So I might do something like that on Themis, where it's like, oh, lead the Amazon rebellion against the queen, blah, 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 and give them like some units to practice with and that kind of thing. So then later when they have to do it.
That's a good idea too.
Yeah.
My biggest takeaway though is like certain units, I feel like they just didn't have the power level they deserved. Like the Titans were all 3s.
Yeah.
And it felt like they should have been like really big heavy hitters, and I feel like it was just too loyal to its numbers. Of
the only
siege and heavy, so they get this.
The only thing they got the special treatment was the Colossus, and then I think Sidon got special treatment. And that's about it. Everybody else was just kind of like, I definitely, like a robot, I was like, well, this is the system I came up with, and you guys have these traits and these qualities. So
when naval ships were the same level as Titans, that was like
the idea is that it wasn't a single ship; it was an entire
it
was an entire fleet of ships. It was an entire battalion of soldiers, kind of thing. So we're saying that one Titan was the equivalent of 3 fleets of battleships, fully crewed with siege weapons and everything else like that. So
well, no, the fleet was a 6. So the one Titan was half of one fleet. But I think you get my point. My point.
And there were certain traits that were just way better than other traits. So it definitely would have benefited from, like I just mentioned, like practicing with it earlier in the campaign so that it was a bit more refined towards the end of the campaign.
Yeah.
And I mean, that is the danger of going off script and playing, like with homebrew stuff is, sometimes it works out really well and you get like, fucking car racing. And then I don't know if that worked out well at all. And then sometimes you end up with, hey, this has potential and it could be cool, but there's definitely things that should have been, would have been caught in a playtest that we did everything live, essentially. And that's why playtesting is so important. Imagine having a great idea for this battle system, typing it up, calling it done, throwing it up onto DM's Guild. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Like I wouldn't feel good taking the system as it is and throwing it up onto DM's Guild because I think that it still needs some refinement. So, yeah. But overall, the battle,
it was rewarding.
Yeah, overall, the battle, I mean, there are going to be losses. I think the people that you lost were, I think they were all good deaths. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, I know there was definitely some hurt feels about some NPCs dying off camera, and so I tried to kind of remedy that by at least kind of describing the scene a little bit better than just, well, they died. But it is hard. It is hard to lose things, especially in some cases losing them for keeps. So, all right, we got another question. We're running out of time here, so we might not get too many more questions. So I guess you can be a bit more choosy if you want.
There were 2 up above that we jumped past.
Yeah. Do you have any tips for running the early campaign now that you've run the whole thing? My party has just rescued Versi, and I'm overwhelmed by the lore.
All right, so the number one advice, Moist Whisperer, great name. The number one advice for running this campaign, as horrible as this is going to sound, is read the entire adventure. Read the entire adventure. Join the Odyssey Discord server. There's a player's guide. No, sorry. There's a DM's guide that was written by all of the DMs on the server that takes the best fixes and the best advice and the best outlines that everybody's contributed, and it puts into one big free document that really starts to explain the game a lot better. This game, lore-wise, is a fucking disaster. There is the history that the settlers know. There is the history that the natives know. There is the true history. There is the history that the Titans want you to know. There is the history that the five gods are forced to live by because of the oath. And all of them are in conflict. And unless you sort that shit out, you are always going to be confused running this game about what is the truth and about what information you can give the players at what point during the campaign. It is not an easy game to run. Being intimidated by the game, completely understandable. It is a lot. It is a big campaign. There is a lot of secrets. There is a lot of false information. You need to be familiar with what really happened so that you know what not to show, what not to tell, and when it is appropriate to show it and when it is appropriate to tell it. Once you've read everything and you understand the lore and the world and the characters, then you can go and start really prepping it. And at that point, you are spared a lot of the heartache that maybe like Curse of Strahd has. Curse of Strahd and Storm King's Thunder are full sandbox. The players can literally go anywhere they want at any time. Fortunately, Odyssey of the Dragonlords is a gated sandbox, which is brilliant design. So you start the game and you are railroaded into the Boar encounter and then the Versi encounter. From that point, you're in a gated sandbox. You can go to the 3 Zelda dungeons. You can go to Astoria, and there's an adventure there. And if you go way off track, you could go to Mitros. But Mitros is kind of like the next gated area. Once you do the 3 Zelda dungeons, if you haven't gone to Mitros yet, fucking Owl shows up, Legend of Zelda style, tells you to go to Mitros. You go to Mitros, it expands into another gated sandbox, this being the entire city of Mitros, which has a lot of shit for you to do. You could be stuck in Mitros for months. A lot of shit to do in Mitros. Once you are done with Mitros or bored with Mitros, that's when you drop the whole, hey, I know where the boat is. And you can't sail without the boat because Sidon's going to kill you. So now they have to go get the boat MacGuffin. So you have some control over that narrative. Then you make up the excuse, oh, no matter what you decided, the boat still needs some repairs. And then you can have them finish the rest of their Mitros content while you start prepping the Cerulean Gulf, which is the next sandbox. Now, the Cerulean Gulf is the biggest sandbox, and so you're going to want to be prepping that as quickly as possible. You want to burn through the earlier prep so you can start prepping that because that's fucking huge. To the point that you're probably not going to have it prepped in time, so you're going to want your players to commit to each island that they go to and make sure that you have the next island kind of ready to go. You can, of course, use some really sneaky techniques to sort of force them to go to islands you want to go to by taking beloved NPCs and making them say, I really need to go to this island. And then you can kind of get them to go to islands that you've already prepped. There's a MacGuffin hidden in Chapter 5. Once they get that MacGuffin, it unlocks the next area. And then the next area, technically, they could just skip that and go to the Nether Seas, but most people don't. They explore the Forgotten Seas, and then when they feel like they've finished the Forgotten Seas, they can then go to the Nether Seas, which is another gated sandbox. And then after that, you got a super dungeon, which unfortunately is optional. And then they go to the Battle of Mitros, which is just a 5 encounter boss rush. So the meat of the encounter is definitely Chapter 5. That's like the biggest, beefiest, hardest to prep part of the whole adventure. If you want to make sure that they run Praxis, what you could do is if they skip Praxis, you have Sidon and his Koopa kids flee the Battle of Mitros once they're defeated, and then the party has to go to Praxis to finish him off. And then you can still get Praxis content. So if you feel like you worked really hard prepping Praxis and they skipped it, just reverse the order. Have the Battle of Mitros happen, and then they're like, fuck this, and then they plot, teleport away, escape, whatever, and then the party has to go finish them off in their last stronghold kind of deal. So, but yeah, it ain't an easy adventure. It's definitely not an adventure to run on a whim. Don't be like, yeah, I'm gonna get a pickup group online and run this adventure. Like, your players need to know how character-centric it is, how important their attendance is, how important their role-playing decisions are, how literally the epic paths are built into the story. And so, like, if they drop the game, if they leave the game, if they're absent too much, that's literally taking content away from the other players. It is definitely not the campaign to run if you're like, yeah, I think I'd like to try running a D&D campaign. Yeah, this is not the one to do. This is a big investment of everyone's time and energy. So, yep. Exactly. Philippa Threes understands. All right, we have probably time for one more question. So it could be a question from you guys, or it could be a question from chat. I'll let you guys decide.
Do you have any questions for us?
Do I have any questions for you guys? I think I normally just use Nessa to ask the questions I want you guys to answer. Plus, I gave you guys homework assignments for your summer vacation, so I'm getting all my questions answered there. So I think I'm pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun to think about coming up with that.
And the big question I had, you guys already answered, which was, were you surprised by the dragon reveal? So, I was pretty excited about that.
I can't imagine. I would be so upset if that was spoiled for me. So it's dawned on me, like, now that I've been through it and experienced it, it's now I am bound to this oath, to make sure to not spoil it for anyone else. So that's really fun in that way.
I'm so glad that when I was playing this, I was kind of just acting like Reset, so I noticed nothing. I had no idea.
True immersion right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so genuinely happy that I didn't think about it or try and dig it, because I feel like I probably could have figured it out, but
Yeah, see, I
Yeah,
feel
there were
like
so
it
many hints.
wasn't.
Yeah.
I feel like it wasn't a big mystery to me. Like, I assumed the five gods just came with the Dragonlords, which they did.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, for me, I want to believe in Santa Claus. You know,
Exactly.
I don't want to figure stuff out. I want to be surprised by it.
I think that mattered a lot.
Run it for yourself in the end of the day.
Yeah, we didn't really question the origins of our deities.
No.
Yeah, and I think at
Thinking
one
back, I
point,
kick myself.
yeah, I think at one point that it was either Aesop, Kyra, or just the priestesses at the Temple of the Five pretty much described it as the Dragonlords were losing the fight, and they prayed for aid, and 5 stars descended from the heaven. And that was the 5 gods who then joined the fight against the Titans and then fought them to a standstill. And that is why they swore the oath of peace, because of the superior strength, the strength of the 5 gods was equal to theirs, essentially. But the real story is they just hung out and played 20 squares, and they lost real bad, and in the process they got hella weak, and then the good guys got hella strong, and that's what balanced out the scales. I just thought that was so spectacular. Just the story of her bamboozling away their power right in front of them, because that was the only chance they had.
And that was Balmutria that did that.
Yeah, that was Balmutria. Yep.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. And then that's part of the obsession that Lutheria has with dragons is, to be bested, literally at their own game, by this outsider. That to her, dragons are so much more than just this strong elemental manifestation. There is so much to them. I mean, how else could they have bested her? Yeah. So there's that sort of admiration / obsession going on there.
Yeah, and just one more thing. From the very beginning, I had no hopes or because I was like, "There's no way Anna's getting a dragon because I'm gonna have soul. I'm gonna fix that. That's what I'm gonna ride." While everyone else riding cool dragons, I had given up very early on. Like, oh, I'm never gonna get to like. And everyone was like getting like dragon like babies and eggs and like, oh man, that'd be really nice. It happened at the end. And it was a very big surprise, and I loved it. It was awesome.
Yeah, a question that came up a lot was like, I don't understand. We're supposed to be Dragonlords, but you're only giving us baby dragons and evil dragons, and like there's just not enough to go around, and like why the fuck are you giving us baby dragons if we can't ride the dragons? And like all the ways that we could age them up seem kind of unethical.
Bad, yeah, terrible.
Yeah, so like
you forcing us gonna have to do this? I'm like, God.
Yeah, like I don't understand. Is it that important to have dragons? And I couldn't just be like, listen, y'all, there's 4 fucking dragons built into the adventure that are gonna be there as soon as you start chapter 9. There's 4 fucking dragons that are just ready for fucking action. But yeah, I can't say that, so I'm just like, all right, you just gotta trust that it's gonna work out, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. And that's why there was also, you know, a chance to recruit Ventus. There's a chance to recruit Nephili. Chance to recruit Hexia. Like there were other dragons besides the babies. Yeah. The babies was to me a great morality test, right? Because like if you're really a Dragonlord and you're trying to restore the order, you are not thinking about yourself. You're thinking about the order and the future of the order. And the future of the order is these hatchlings. Yeah. And if you are the kind of person that is so desperate to win that you would age up these dragons unnaturally like your enemies have, that you would find a way to cheese it to get a quick route to power at the expense of these babies. You would send these babies into battle. Then what does that kind of say about you? You know, what kind of heroes are you? Are you any different than Esther? And the people that you're trying not to be like, and having faith that, you know what, hey, we got these baby dragons, we're not gonna be able to ride them into battle, but we're still gonna try our best, we're gonna keep going. To me, that showed like the difference, right, between the previous Dragonlords and you guys, like that you were patient and you were understanding and you were optimistic, and then in the end it did work out. But it's such a test of faith, right? Because you had no idea that you were going to end up with four dragons, one of which was an absolute badass. Talking about Steel Belly Iron Belly over there. But yeah. So like, yeah. But yeah, I was exploring options. I was exploring options for flying mounts that were not dragon mounts. One of the ones was Scylla being enlarged to be like a giant ass flying snake for Hypatia. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Cyrus would have just like grown wings, you know, like fucking Devilman shit, kind of stuff. I figured Phil would have been banging at least 3 or 4 dragons by the end of the campaign, so he would have been fine. We had him covered. Or he would have just flown on his dad's back. Exactly.
I love that opportunity.
Yeah.
Well, so Phil had the boots forever, the flying boots. He got those early.
I mean, that's not gonna
It's not the same. You know what I mean? It's not the same. It's like having a cool flying mount. Yeah.
Going back to encouraging you to read the whole book to run this campaign. That way, you don't promise your level 3 barbarian a legendary weapon.
I kind of liked that scene because it showed you like how strained things were between Vulcan and Pythor, but in that scene you don't even know that Vulcan's the one that basically told Pythor he had to divorce his wife to keep up the facade of the 5 gods, and he's getting mad at him for tolerating his wife, mistreating him and torturing him and stealing from him and everything else like that. When it was just your family's super fucked up. Your family's super fucked up. Yeah.
Can you send me the art of the napkin drawing
Oh my
So,
gosh.
I would like to keep that one.
I mean, you definitely showed it on stream, so you can go back and
Yeah, I think it's back on Roll20. I don't know if that would be the.
I have it.
Yeah.
I definitely saved it. I'll send
Yeah.
it to you right now.
Oh,
Awesome.
yeah.
No, you gotta send him on a quest. You can't just.
I'll put it in our Discord, so if anyone.
Oh yeah, and
they
when
can-
Vulcan found out that he just gave you like his fucking shoes and stuff like that, he was so mad because he's like totally like a pick yourself up by your own sandal straps kind of guy, and like Pythor's like guilt gifting you and all that. I think it made for a pretty good.
Yeah, I think
pretty
it was
good
a bunch
scene.
of great scenes. And when we were like using Daddy's money, and then they're like,
Oh, and then your sister came to you and was like, "Oh, I see you're spending our fucking treasury." Yeah. Well, I've cut off Dad's access to his own bank account because he can't be trusted around you.
Like, look, I'm trying to save the world.
And it later comes out that you really don't care about money and really don't understand money, which I thought was pretty interesting because you kind of lived like a pretty Spartan life growing up. So like you just, you're like, yeah, I need the money to do hero stuff. I don't know. It wasn't like you were actually trying to get it out of greed.
Yeah.
Yeah, because once Ventus was in the equation, you were broke as a joke. Like you never had any money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I liked all the little slumber party scenes where just us like talking, either even that first one in the Sour Vintage, and then later on in the blanket fort of stuffed animals. That was great. And then like the talking about our during our battle plans, but we're like on the pile of gold in Phil's room.
Yeah, I made a point to before Ventus to give it to all the homeless people.
Oh, I'm sure that went over.
What? Phil didn't need money. People just gave him shit.
Yeah.
I could just imagine explaining to everyone, "Sorry guys, we're broke." Meanwhile, Phil's room is full of gold. But there's gold, the gold there. No, man, we're still broke. That's Ventus. That's.
Oh, I'm gonna rapid fire close out these last few questions, and we won't take any more questions. Is Hypatia happy with decision to remain a Medusa now that the main story has ended? I'm gonna say yes, but Hypatia, is that?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
definitely. It's very much who she is now.
Yeah. Let's see. Question. Oh nope, that was the really sad one that we still answered, even though it led to a big discussion about Math Wars. Okay. Now that you played through it, is there any character build that you think would fit this setting well? Okay, so Laramis Lamal. It is of course the dream of every Odyssey DM to be an Odyssey player. I don't go in for that kind of shit myself, but there are actual groups of Odyssey DMs playing through this campaign with a DM who knows that they're Odyssey DMs. I don't even know. It just feels like circle jerking to me. But I was asked what kind of character I would play in this, and this was before I started running isekai games. I was like, I'd make a fucking isekai man. I'd make a Lost One isekai. I would be hit by a bus, and I would wake up on the shores of Thylea, and I would be like, what the fuck? And then I would just play an Odyssean rogue because I wouldn't have any magic, but I would be very, very smart because meta knowledge. And I would use that meta knowledge to gain advantage against my opponents, and I would almost seem like a prophet. You know what I'm saying? I would maybe take like the con artist background or something similar to that to kind of leverage all of my meta knowledge as like being a prophet and understanding how the world works without actually understanding how the world works. And that's the ideal character for me in this. That would be the ideal build. Now, mechanically, the ideal build for this campaign is a College of Eloquence bard. I'm just saying. There's so many encounters in this adventure that hinge on a good persuasion check or a good intimidation check or just a strong charismatic presence that that particular class would just kick the shit out of this campaign.
Or a siren who uses the power.
Oh yeah, a siren eloquence bard Who's always happy? Who's always happy? Takes the happy.
Why wouldn't they be happy? They're an eloquence bard siren.
Yeah, and they're gifted one. So they have the most rewarding and the best background. So everything's just fucking aces for them. So that's definitely the optimal build for this campaign. Plus, Bard in and of itself is very strong, especially if you go to higher levels, because they get that magical secrets and all that. So it's definitely a good pick for this campaign.
After reading more, I definitely wanted to try Epic Poet. Like, that seemed really cool.
I would also suggest playing a wizard because, I mean, come on, it's a wizard.
And you get to high level. You get to high level in 5th edition D&D as a wizard. That's kind of a dream come true for sure.
And don't sleep on Steelwind Strike like I did for many years.
I think
Well,
though
wizard and a
that
dagger.
the ultimate optimum build is playing in a game where sleeping draft is allowed.
Yeah, I allowed it out of like morbid curiosity because it was one of the first things I saw when I joined the Odyssey DMs Discord was conversations about sleeping draught. They're like, yo, do you want a pro tip? Ban sleeping draught. And hey, I'm here. Okay, cool. That's the first thing you're gonna say to me. All right, nice. And then I saw it and I was like, yeah, that's going to be a problem. That's definitely a problem. But now that we have like Paragon defenses and stuff like that, I'm much more open to all the dumb shit from like Valdas and things like that because for the bosses that matter, for the set piece bosses, we'll see it, it'll happen, and then it'll go away. And then progress will be made on the boss fight. For every other encounter, maybe it cheeses it, but you know what? There's plenty more encounters where that came from. And eventually you'll get ashamed of cheesing every encounter. Unless you're Bubbles and Diodario. Then you'll just fucking cheese the entire game and just ruin it for everyone. So, let's see. Question was anyone... Yeah, was anyone else in the party interested in playing 20 squares besides Reset? So if Reset hadn't picked up 20 squares, were any of you actually interested in 20 squares?
Yeah, for sure. Anna was.
Okay.
And that's why I kind of like built it in case something ever happened to Reset. Yeah, I was
nice.
like Anna watches Reset play this 4-hour game because they like hanging out.
I'm very curious what Alexi would have said.
Intelligent.
I did research on the game of Go for this campaign, and I was like, maybe I should pick it up and play it. And then I watched the videos. I was like, no thanks. Oh well. But I did like culturally that people were really into that shit, and that you guys kind of just rolled with it. I thought that was kind of cool. Then we got a question here: who would win an attorney amongst the party? That's entirely dependent on where in the timeline we were at.
It's Alexi. That's just Alexi.
Yeah, we saw that. Alexi
Yeah, so obviously early game Alexi, late game level 20 Wizard Hypatia. They've already lost. Doctor Strange style. They've already lost. We saw mid campaign that Servant of Lutheria Reset versus Indomitable Super Constitution Barbarian Phil was basically a stalemate. What I liked about Phil is, unlike a Zealot Barbarian, Phil does eventually die. Whereas a Zealot Barbarian, I mean, Lutheria could kill a Zealot Barbarian super easy. I mean, I've seen Tiamat kill a Zealot Barbarian after they got done soloing fucking Baphomet. But for the most part, most people don't know how to deal with a Zealot Barbarian. Let's see. Dusk Cleric, Astreus mid-game probably could survive a battle royale against everyone just because Lars has terrible dice rolls. Same reason probably for Cyrus. Cyrus is Cyrus is pretty strong. Got a pretty good build. Doesn't matter. the dice, not going to have the dice rolls. There's more to it than just having a good character. Anybody that's labored hard to make a good character and then had shitty rolls, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Look, you got bad luck when the party gets adamantine armor and everybody is like, "You should take it, bro."
Yeah, like there's no discussion. And the DM who loves critical hits and hates adamantine armor is like, it's for you. It's yours.
I just need to start making characters that only cast like saving throw spells. So I'm not rolling the dice, the DM's rolling the dice.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
But I like to roll dice.
I think Anna could probably outlast a few people, but definitely the top contenders would be high level Hypatia Wizard, Phil at most levels, Reset. I would say Reset could probably hold their own now, but definitely not to the point that Lutheria Reset was peak performance. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it all depends on whose slot against who, because Anna would literally just destroy Phil with a level 2 spell.
Right. In a battle royale, Anna would control Phil, and then Phil would do all the fighting for Anna, and then Anna would get Phil to give up. And then, yeah. So conversely, Hypatia would know that, and so Hypatia would burn down Anna quickly. But yeah, but Phil would.
You can't see me. You can't cast spells at me.
Oh my god! Yeah, even
I
Kentamane.
got your side now.
Even Kentamane, who's a fucking god, he's made out of the fucking earth that is his wife. He's the king of all titans. He's like, what is this strange fire? I have no idea. Oh no, it hit me. I'm gonna move back 10 feet. The dumbest shit. The dumbest shit.
Phil could not be charmed though, because I would make it go away. So Phil would beat me to death.
Because in a true,
I'm still saving my boot of the legendary goat.
Yeah, me too. I still have mine.
I think the real winner though, if we're talking about any like time,
Anna
like,
wouldn't fight her allies.
Would be Philippithres.
Really?
Grown up Philippithres.
I'm
not hitting that sweet doggy.
I was about to say he's pretty strong, but I don't know. I don't know if any of your B team could really last against any of you by the end of chapter 9. I don't think any of them could really give you a challenge. I mean,
back to the question of what we regret: giving up Falana.
Oh yeah.
That was not my idea.
Yeah. So
I mean, it's like because Crash changed it to like be good. Like before, I think it was just like regular counter charm, wasn't it? And then you're like, oh, it automatically succeeds now, or removes a charm effect.
Well, yeah, because I am very bitter about how bad counter charm is. Yeah, counter charm is hot garbage. So I don't know. Yeah, but man, two years, 119 sessions. But we summed it up, I think, pretty good. 4 hours and change. So, or I think we're right at 4 hours right now because we started a little bit late. Ugh. All right. Well, we're gonna resume this campaign in September, and then we're gonna start a new campaign together. I believe. But that's not going to be probably not until this time next year, the way things are shaping up. I don't think Serpent Seas is really going to be ready to play until late spring, summertime of 2023. So that gives us plenty of time to finish this campaign and then get a little bit of a breather and prep and get ready for Serpent Seas. So,
and we're just gonna pull a complete God of War and just take our characters right from Greek to Norse, right?
So
yeah, it's gonna be the last one from this game that goes from the Greek thing to
so without too many spoilers for the post-script and stuff, like you're in the very middle of the hockey puck. But to the north, there is a frozen mist that ships try to sail through and are never seen again. People believe they fall off the side of the earth because the world is flat, obviously, like any good world. But that might be where the Vikings are, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's kind of like, it's kind of hinted that there's a bit more to the world than even what you guys know. So that should be kind of interesting to explore in September. All right. Yeah, that's about it. I'm gonna start prepping the campaign continuation in August. I am doing some background stuff off stream, but all through August, I'm either going to be marathon streaming the prep from 6 to whenever I get tired, or at least going to be streaming it like I normally would from 6 to 7:30 or so. So anybody that is interested in following the prep for chapters 10 and up, that's going to start in August. For now, Mondays are just going to be like playing video games and hanging out and all that jazz. Celeste has to end eventually. So, I mean, it has to, can't go on much longer, right? Right? I mean, yeah. But it's fun because that we've hit our Super Saiyan arc. So, yeah, it's been cool. What else? Yeah. Well, so everybody should definitely enjoy the time that we have before we continue. You earned a rest, as it were. So finish what I did over the summer homework assignment, so I can build off of it for the post game content. You've already done some of the post game content. Arisia, as a Kickstarter stretch goal, was actually only ever explored in the post game. So that was a decision that was made by me to bring it into the main game. Mostly because Reset was there, but also because narratively it didn't make any sense for Arisia to exist off camera for the entire campaign and then magically show up in the post game. So you've already kind of done a lot of that, but there will be some stuff happening in Arisia, and then all your previous stomping grounds and stuff like that. But I'm gonna try and honor the original post game content as much as I can by strapping it to your summer vacation homework assignments, and we're going to build a campaign out of that. So it's going to be very custom to you guys in this campaign, whatever we kind of do moving forward. So that's pretty exciting. All right. Well, that's it for me. I'm going to leave the third floor and go to a place that is hopefully 5 to 10 degrees less hot than I currently am. I guess anybody in chat, if you still have questions, you can, I don't know, like
put them on comments for this video.
Yeah, or there's a spoiler chat for Odyssey the Dragonlord on the Discord. I think it's unlocked for people that aren't just patrons, so you could go in there and ask the questions there, and I'll try to get to them at a certain point, or pass them along to the people that might have the answers. But thank you everybody for hanging out, and everybody that has supported the videos online and all that. We at no point we're like Critical Role, high rollers, role play, adventure zoning. We were just people that were playing, and we just decided to stream it because I had gotten into the habit of streaming games so that players that miss games would be able to watch the games. People who were interested in what we did could see what we do. So this campaign, of all the campaigns that we've run through the server, has had the biggest following and the most views, and I'm sure that has to be a really good feeling for the players to know that the game that they're playing, the role playing that they're doing, the work they're putting into it is being noticed and appreciated. So thank you everybody for watching, and for fan inspirations and people that hang out during prep that have helped make this campaign even cooler with your suggestions and ideas. Everybody has worked together to tell this really amazing story. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
All right. Night, everybody.
Special shout out to Jared Price.
Oh yeah, number
Number
one
one
fan,
fan.
Jared. Number one fan, Jared.
All right.
Should we do announcements?
Bye.
Or just